as an African.
Hmm. So again, here's the slide that we discussed just a moment ago about where cooperation from African colleagues will be important. Um, I'm pleased to tell you that we have African members of the business constituency who are very active on policy making inside of ICANN. Um, what I think, and I certainly hope that trend continues. What I think we're going to see is more activism from governments over the course of the next year or two with regard to policy making as it relates to the internet. That's both good and bad. It's good in that governments are taking very seriously the problems of the internet and are looking for an activist approach to try to take steps to make the internet safer and more secure. On the negative side, that can do a bit of damage to ICANN in its role as the coordinator, the technical coordinator of the DNS, in that ICANN has a unique role. It's a multi-stakeholder organization. It has some government influence, but it's not controlled by governments. And we want to keep it that way. We want ICANN to be an independent, carefully managed organization. So it's going to be important that our African colleagues uh, stay up to speed on what's happening on the governmental front and on the policymaking front inside of ICANN, so that when governments and others are building policy, that Africans have their voices represented, and that's what we're looking for. As I said, we have some African members of the BC. We would appreciate the opportunity to welcome additional members, but this is what we're looking for in terms of cooperation for the next couple of years.
Thank you so much, Mason. I really appreciate that. For everyone in the house who still has a question, you may have to wait because I'm looking at the time, and it could be morning, afternoon, or evening on your side, and we want to keep to time as much as possible. I am fortunate to have Pierre Dejeunu, Vice President, Africa, ICANN, on the list. Please, Pierre, if you do mind, you would have to wait. You would have to wait for me while I call on the next two persons before I get back to you. On that note, I want to call on the representative of Clean DNS. There is a hand up. There is a hand up. Okay, so quickly, I'm going to recognize that hand. Is that hand still up or down? I think the hand is down. Okay, so the hand is Nwakego. Nwakego, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. It's can you guys hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Fantastic. It's an absolute honor to be a part of this. I was looking at the panel and the speakers, and my goodness, there's a ton of industry experts, and this is going to be a very powerful summit if if people allow it to be. So I'm excited to learn. I'm excited to be around this group, and hopefully I can contribute. What I'm going to do is I've got a few minutes, and I just want to kind of talk about a little bit more of what Mason brought up when it comes to DNS abuse. Having those standardizations and really trying to define what DNS abuse is, and the different types of online harms that may be regional specific and not just your traditional phishing, malware, botnets, but maybe certain regions may have issues with illegal gambling sites or fraudulent financial services that they're masking to be. So making sure that there is a safe.
Hello, sir.
I'm feeling the music. I'm feeling the music.
I think we have a mix-up here. I've not gotten to the area where you will be talking about smart cities and digital inclusion. So sorry, so sorry. Sorry, the role of the technology industry in addressing climate change. Yes, I'm trying to address some the industry sponsors who are actually in the room. So if you permit me,
yes, it's an industry sponsor.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
So I think
yes,
there's a
Baikana is industry sponsor. Apologies.
Oh,
please go ahead.
Okay, please go ahead. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gypsy, for the correction.
And thank you for the music. I appreciate that. So our company is a tool for registries and registrars, specifically in Africa, because there's not a whole lot of solutions as you guys build your infrastructure on being able to report, verify, validate, and evidence DNS abuse, and monitor it. And where does it go when you submit something at a registry at a registrant level? Where does that form go? And so and some some things, some types of abuse are so impactful that they don't even get reported. And so we want to make it a safe, easy way for people to report these online harms, these DNS abuses, being able to follow and watch it go through the system of being validated, evidenced, and then eventually mitigated. And if that same domain, or if that some data point about that domain gets brought up again, maybe at a different registrar, we have that much more data to prepare and even mitigate it faster. So as you guys build your infrastructure, it's important and imperative to think about security in mind while you do that. Because if you worry about security later, there's going to be weaknesses, and there's going to be soft points that people will exploit. And so having that as a good foundation will help streamline your growth and all the wonderful things that you guys are trying to accomplish, and have made a lot of progress in that as well.
If I may, I just thank you very much for that comment. I think that's very constructive, and I know Clean DNS is doing outstanding work in the space. So, thanks for that input. I think we're all here on the same team, and we need to see some progress on DNS abuse because it's never really going to be a problem that is fully mitigated. There's always going to be an issue to deal with, and we're going to need everybody's cooperation. So thank you for raising that.
Absolutely. My pleasure. Thank you, Mason.
Thank you so much. And having done that intro, I will be moving on my list, AfICTA Enterprise Limited. If there is a representative of AfICTA Enterprise Limited, Mr. Okpeyemi Onifade online, please go ahead. I yield the floor. Okay, I see a hand up. Doshima Dakbo Oyewole. Kindly unmute. Time is of the essence. Okay. In the absence of that, I will be going to Doshima.
No, I think she's coming up. She's coming up.
Okay.
Yes, AfICTA.
AfICTA, you have the floor.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here at this event this morning, representing my organization, AfICTA. My name is Doshima Dakboyewale, as the moderator has said, and I am the Business Relationship Manager at AfICTA Enterprise Limited. As 2023 Silver sponsors, we would like to congratulate the Board and Planning Committee of the 11th Africa Information and Communication Technologies Alliance Summit for this successful event. For over 12 years, AfICTA has been a trusted partner collaborating with individuals, enterprises, and ICT associations to fulfill the promise of a digital age for everyone in Africa. At AfICTA, we understand the importance of transforming Africa's economy through digitalization for sustainable development. Digitalization provides a platform for inclusive economic growth by breaking down the traditional barriers of entry. Through digital platforms and marketplaces, small and medium-sized enterprises in Africa can reach a global audience, fostering entrepreneurship and diversifying economic activities. This inclusivity can lead to job creation and income generation, particularly in undeserved communities. As an organization, we are committed to helping enterprises establish trust, adopt standards, validate industry and regulatory compliance. We also help individuals to acquire and deploy digital age skills that will ensure their sustained positions as valuable resources for the enterprises they serve via our practice areas, which include digital transformation consulting, digital trust and assurance, and digital skills development. To deliver these services, AfICTA holds active accreditations with the PCI Security Standards Council as a qualified security assessment company. We also hold active accreditation with APMG International, AfICTA, PECB, SWIFT, and the Business Relationship Management Institute. You will hear some more about our work today and our global footprint during the exhibition segment, which will come up later on in the afternoon during the program. And you can also contact us before then by visiting our website, www.afinoid.com. Our practice lead, Opeyemi Onifade, will be here tomorrow. I think he's in the comments or in the chats today, but he'll be here tomorrow during the panel session, so you will get to hear from him. Again, we congratulate the Africa Information and Communications Technology Alliance on their 11th summit, and we wish you all a successful deliberation today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, AfICTA. Thank you for that welcome note. We really appreciate your coming and your support. We look forward to future engagement. Once again, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, everywhere. First of all, to all ICANN members in the room, happy 25th anniversary. Right here on the floor of AfICTA, we say congratulations as we welcome the indefatigable Vice President and representative of ICANN in Africa, no other person than Mr. Pierre Dejournou. I hope I got that right. You have the floor, Mr. President, sir.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Akimbo. I understand that for so many years that we've been meeting at this AfICTA, and I very much, congratulate you guys. And I've also seen my good friend, the founder, I would say, of AfICTA, who, of course, has been there. My name is Pierre Dangino. I'm Vice President in charge of Global Stakeholder Engagement at ICANN. And ICANN, which is the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Number. And for those who might not know what we do, we are, of course, in charge of coordination of what we call the unique identifiers of the Internet. Domain names, IP addresses, root servers, different parameters. These are the things we do. But most importantly, also, it's also about policy development on those different unique identifiers. And I will get back on that. One of the things I would like to do quickly here is that, of course, thanks so much for having me and having, ICANN, this 11th edition of the AfICTA meeting. I would like to also say that the theme that has been selected, transforming Africa's, economy through digitization and for sustainable development is quite a good one, and then is needed, in Africa. So what I would just do is maybe go quickly through, the I would say should I say, ecosystem of the digital economy in Africa, and therefore maybe list some of the things that we as ICANN will be doing, and that's what we also be expecting, from you as Africa member and from the African private sector, globally. I think your theme is quite important because the way we are living today has been really impacted by these technologies, internet, being one of them. And if you consider the different areas of this digital economy, when you go through the Commission of Africa Union, figures that you have on this digitalization, strategy, is quite interesting a document because it really listed all the pillars that you need to be aware of, but at the same time, a few actions that they might be following if Africa will be using those technology in a sustainable way. So I really thank you for selecting this theme. Of course, Africa, you also know, is home to, the youngest, population in the world. The figures are there. But we also know that we do have a few issues in terms of, digital divide. One of the figures that attracted my interest is, a recent, I would say, study that is saying that, Africa, only 34% of, women are using the internet, and while only 27, percent of our remote areas in Africa are also using internet, which means that there is so much to do here again. So there is much to do. Now, the point is, when you consider the pillars, one of them is the infrastructure, for accessibility. And that's where I really want to quickly insist on, because this is also the remit of, part of the remit of ICANN. And ICANN remit is the DNS, the domain name system, which is fundamental to the operation of the internet. So what exactly are we talking about here when we mean ICANN, ICANN's operation, I would say, in Africa? We do have an Africa strategy, which you certainly know about, which has been developed by the Africans themselves, the African community, which in fact indeed has the DNS as a kind of central pillar of this strategy. It's about capacity development. It's about operation of a DNS. It's also about security. And I think our colleague that spoke earlier on, Mr. Cole Massam, really touched upon some of the interesting things that was happening that you from the BC you should be interested with. And I would like to thank him for that. And I will revert again by the end on what we will be expecting from AfICTA. So what we've done so far is to kind of make sure that internet become kind of inclusive, because one of the characteristics that we should be considering is the inclusiveness of the internet. So how do you make it happen? So what I'm going to talk is not about the cable system that we really need to kind of to launch the African sort of digital or digitalization at very high scale. All this is important, but I want to pinpoint one part of the infrastructure that we not really consider mostly, which is the DNS actually, because the DNS is also an infrastructure. And the way you operate your DNS also show your willingness of really moving ahead of your digitalization. So what you have to do here, say for instance, the way the domain names are being managed in Africa. We do have FTLD working on that. But some of the people will say, well, it's taking time. If you consider Africa today in terms of total consumption of domain names, for instance, you are talking about something around 1,500,000 domain names that are registered. But of this number, more than 1 million and even 1 million, I would say 200,000 are originating from South Africa. And most of the other countries are doing well, of course, but again, there's still work to be done here. I know recently Nigeria has really started to move ahead of this, but of course, you bear with me that there's still a lot to do in terms of having more and more registration in terms of domain names. The IP addresses consumption also is an issue. If you consider the IPv4, in Africa, well, Africa is still the only one, area or place of the world that still having this pool of IPv4, because for the other area, which is the regional internet registries, they have already kind of finished their pool. So we notice that SMEs in Africa are also not really consuming, that pool as one might like. So there's work to be done here. Of course, there are things that we call the IMRS cluster, which is the internet, ICANN managed, root server, which is quite important for what we call the latency of your system. We need to have them in the different countries. Of the 54 African countries, we do have those IMRS in 15 countries. We need to have more of them. These are kind of we are just replicating, the L server route, which is important. And we will encourage more and more countries to go for this IMRS, but also for the other, a copy of the root server. Because that's really create a different environment, for us to consider. Recently, we came up with a strategy, or what I might call a project, an initiative, actually, that we think is also going to really boost connectivity and make sure that we talk about inclusiveness of the internet, which is the Coalition for Digital Africa. The coalition, in fact, is we are trying to put together like-minded, institutions that are going to join force and invest, or what I might say, invest with, kind of impactful investment in different areas, but pertaining to promoting kind of your accessibility to the net, promoting connectivity. And quickly, one of the projects that we do have, and that might be of interest to you, for instance, is the ISP, Internet Exchange Point that we are we've launched with ISOC, and we are selecting countries to benefit from this. It's about putting additional infrastructure that is going to make sure that you also keep, your data or your communication local, or data traffic, local, instead of, going all the way through, your external destination before coming down to your country. I think that's quite important, something to do. The other part of it is what we call universal, acceptance and the internationalized domain name. If you consider Africa, or we are talking about 300 or 3,000, languages, different languages. And we know that some of those languages could also be on the net. We know how to do it. The technology exists. You just have to develop a few scripts so that the latent script that we are using now, you are in the process of generating, your own script for your language so that your language be online. It's quite important. And this is something that I'm seeing the industry in Africa, take care of. Right now, we have succeeded with the Ethiopian language, Amharic, and we do have, the scripts there. We want to have more and more scripts so that, they'll be on the internet. I think this is quite important. We start a project with the Association of African Universities, which is about making the information system, compliant with universal acceptance. We would like to be doing more with the business sector, and I'm already calling up to you, AfICTA, to get interested in this. We also have a few of them in pipe. I'm not going to cite, all of them. Beefing capacity, for instance, of the CCTLDs, managers in Africa is quite important. Like I mentioned from the beginning, we need to do more. One of the point that Mr. Mason pointed out is the security of the DNS. It's important. Something we call the DNSSEC, the extension, the security extensions. And we have a project on that as well. It's important that African destination and therefore the DNS that we have in Africa be, of course, not only operable, but also secure. So we do have project to be beefing up, development, capacity development in that. So we like to be working with ISPs also in that regard. There are many others that we are also developing with partners. And finally, you certainly know about it. We are in a process of, having this report on the DNS environment in Africa. It's quite important, a report which really shows the picture of how Africa is, faring in terms of, DNS operations and also in terms of the domain name market. I think that's something that will be of interest to you, especially from AfICTA and from the private sector at large. So all of this we are doing, but I will say that in a nutshell, we are just, providing what we can, and we know that there are still so many things to be done. Let me quickly, before I finish, insist on a few factors. I mentioned the Africa Union, digitalization strategy, or digital strategy for Africa, which has all the pillars there. We also have this, Pan-African, what we call it, Pan-African organization that's going to help, cross-border traffic. It's quite important that you be part of this. As far as we are concerned, I can finally, I believe we are ready. We are here to assist, to sort. We are also here to so working on local languages. That's the way you have to run it in such a way that your destination is secure is also quite important. The colleague mentioned the work that is being done, say for instance on the RDIS, for instance, is quite important, the registration directory response service. All of this is at your disposal and is also part of the policy development work of ICANN. And I would like to echo what Mason was saying. We need more of the participation, from AfICTA and also from the business at large, from Africa. We do expect that you will be more and more after our ICANN meetings. You know about them. We do have 3 of them yearly. We also have, meeting in Africa. We would like to be seeing more and more of you for your contribution and also for kind of cross, fertilization of the ideas and the initiatives. I would like to pause here. If there is, of course, any question, addition, I'm quite ready for that. And again, thanks for your attention and also thanks for having me at this 11th edition of the AfICTA. Thank you, and back to you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much, Vice President ICANN Africa, for that deliberate submission. I hear you very loudly on additional infrastructure to boost local traffic and the need for IDNs and especially universal acceptance, which is cutting across the globe as we speak. I see a hand up. I'm not sure if this is an old hand or a new hand. I'm going to call Nwakego. Nwakego, if it's a new hand, you could please have the floor. You have 1 minute. Okay. Is Nwakego coming up, or are you having a challenge? I'm looking at time. We're about to go into the virtual exhibition session, where we'll be doing showing of our sponsors. So if you have any challenge, please post it in the chat room. I see clearly other members of the team that will be presenting at various times, either today or tomorrow. And I want to quickly recognize Bob Osheng, Senior Director, TLD Program, ICANN Africa. You're very, very much welcome. I also noticed that we have one of those that will be one of the key speakers in the next session, to be handled, of course, by the able and indefatigable Strategic Program Manager, Ministry of Communications and Information Technology in Egypt, Dr. Yassima Shavi. He will be anchoring the next session after the virtual exhibition. On this note, okay, I see Dr. James have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to use this opportunity to really appreciate the keynote speakers from Mason to Mike, and of course to my age-long friend, Pierre. Thank you so much, Pierre, for that in-depth analysis of the opportunities available in the internet space. Please continue to continue to do the push indeed. You have been doing it and we're coming up gradually, but we should not relent. So thank you so much for your very illuminating messaging, and we really appreciate you. Thank you all.
My pleasure, Jimson. Always a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you very much, sir. Really appreciate it.
Okay, I think we are about to be in the virtual exhibition arena. So please sit back. I will be having this for just 10 minutes.
What does ICANN do? To reach another person on the internet, you type an address into your device, a name or a number. That address, computers know where to find each other. ICANN maintains and administers these unique identifiers across the world. Without ICANN's management of this system, the domain name system, or DNS as it's known, we wouldn't have a global, scalable internet where we can find each other. Within ICANN's multi-stakeholder model, civil society and internet users, the private sector, national and international organizations, governments, research, academic and technical communities are all represented. ICANN's community-driven policy. To keep pace with dynamic technologies and rapid innovation, ICANN enables consensus-driven, multi-stakeholder policy development with broad representation from the global internet community. Competition and choice. From accrediting over 1,000 registrars to introducing new top-level domains, ICANN works to expand consumer choice by fostering competition and innovation in the domain name marketplace. Which functions does ICANN coordinate? The domain name parameter registry, root server systems, generic top-level domain name system management, country code top-level domain name DNS, and time zone database management. Security and stability. ICANN supports DNS security through technical training and engagement, coordinating and collaborating with the community in the implementation of standards such as DNSSEC. Interoperability. ICANN's work enables new technologies to flourish while maintaining interoperability across the global internet. For example, management of the unique protocol identifiers allows communication using secure connections between users. Contractual compliance. ICANN oversees the contracts it maintains and enforces consensus policy-driven process. ICANN's contractual compliance function seeks to ensure compliance with the agreements and the consensus policies. Who's involved? A number of groups, each of which represents a different interest on the internet. All of them come together with the board of directors. The supporting organizations on addressing, country code names, and generic names. The advisory committees, at large, governmental, the root server system, security and stability, and the technical advisory bodies, the technical liaison group, and the Internet Engineering Task Force. How do I participate? Sign up for updates at myicann.org. Join one of the many public comment forums on ICANN's website. Attend ICANN's public meetings in person or online to provide input at a public forum. Or join one of ICANN's supporting organizations or advisory committees.
Here today with Claudia Selly and Steve Del Bianco, members of ICANN's Commercial and Business Users Constituency. This is a group that sits within the commercial stakeholder group of the Generic Name Supporting Organization. And you're going to tell us a little bit about what the BC is about, your members, as well as the policy topics that you focus on, I think. So welcome. And I think the first thing we should cover is what is the BC? What is the role of the BC, your mission within the GNSO and ICANN?
The business constituency's mission is to look after the interests of businesses who register domain names and business customers and users who rely upon the domain name system to reach the websites and email addresses of the businesses that have created them. And we really look at three priorities. We want the domain name system to be so trustworthy that businesses and their customers can be confident that they're getting to the domain name they were actually seeking. We also want to be sure that there's competition amongst all the different suppliers who provide domain name registration and registry services. And finally, we look for a domain name system where the unique identifiers are secure, stable, and reliable.
Thank you, Steve. And I can imagine that that must span quite a lot of interests, countries, and topics. Perhaps we can talk a little bit about your membership, who your members are, what your membership criteria is. So Claudia, would you mind telling us a little bit about those topics?
Of course. So BC members, as Steve has been saying, are usually internet business users that really use the internet to conduct their businesses. And we have small and large enterprises, and we are a very diverse group. In fact, we have, first of all, we have 76 members of the business constituency, and we have 13 members who are from Africa, 8 members who are from Asia, 10 members that are from Europe, and then 4 from Latin America, and the rest is North American businesses. So it's also, we are really diverse also in terms of gender. In fact, we have 32% of the business constituency enterprises are represented by women, and believe it or not, but in the leadership nowadays we have 4 women out of 6 officers. So this is very encouraging to see that there are more women stepping up, and I'm very happy, as you can imagine, about that. But also in terms of criteria, you have to be eligible to be a BC member. You need to be a business that is conducted business over the internet, and I mean, non-eligible members would be typically an NGO or a political organization or a registrant that would have more than 30% of their revenues in their business. And so we have a credential committee that actually is looking at the applications, and then they would, if they need more information, they would reach out to the people, talk with the people, and but we do all we can to get diversity, to get new members in, and we are a very welcoming group of people that try to engage these newcomers.
That's very encouraging, and clearly congratulations on enrolling a number of increasing members from across the globe, and obviously diversity is very critical to us here at ICANN. Steve, you outlined earlier the mission and the role of the business constituency. Maybe you could elaborate on that and tell us about the policy topics and issues that the business constituency tends to focus on at ICANN?
Yeah, one category of our focus is the governance of ICANN itself. And the BC was proud to have been the designer of most of the new mechanisms by which the ICANN community of registrants and users holds the ICANN organization and board accountable to that community as part of the transition out of the US government oversight in 2016. And when we turn to policies that are cooking within the ICANN kitchen, we almost always are looking from the perspective of availability and integrity. The availability of registrations and resolutions in any language, 24/7, in any corner of the world. They need to be there for the business community to reach its customers. When it comes to the integrity of registrations and resolutions, we want to be sure that when you reach a domain name through an email or a website, that you're really reaching the website that you want it to. We want to be sure that there's integrity, that if promises were made about what you might experience within a given domain, we want to be sure that ICANN holds those parties to the promises they made. So it's about availability and the integrity of both registrations and resolutions.
And that seems to be a very important mission given the nature of business on the internet. Since we actually do want to have more newcomers and participants join the ICANN community, including within the generic name supporting organization, I was wondering if from the both of you, if you have any words of advice to newcomers who may be thinking of participating in ICANN policy making or possibly even joining the BC.
Well, I would start by saying don't be shy and don't be scared about the ICANN community. We know that it can be intimidating, but actually, if you recognize our face around an ICANN meeting that you're joining, please come to us, ask questions, and engage with the community. Every point of view counts. Every questions is legitimate and it's important. So we really value new ideas. We really value new points of view, and we would be really happy to engage with newcomers.
Thank you. That generates a lot of other questions that I'm sure you'll be having people come up to you at ICANN meetings or reaching out to ask more about the business constituency and how to join. Steve, what do you think?
One of the most complex ways of entering ICANN is to walk into a meeting where you're encountering acronyms that mean nothing to you, or you're trying to understand arcane processes that you've never seen before. And the only antidote for that is to hook up early with another BC member that speaks your language, shares your culture. And I can promise you the BC member that's there to help you will explain some of these intricacies and complexities so that you can better appreciate why it's relevant to your business.
Thank you so much. Certainly this is a very welcoming community, and there are plenty of mentors, including the two of you, I should think. And so thank you very much for your time today, and thank you for telling us a little bit about the business constituency.
Thank you.
Is domain abuse and online harm mitigation a challenge for your organization? Are you looking for a way to help reduce victimization of online scams? Meet Clean DNS, your all-in-one solution for detecting, reporting, and rooting out domain abuse and harms in your portfolio. Managing abuse can be time-consuming and overwhelming on your own. We built Clean DNS specifically to address these challenges and make it so that any organization of any size with any connection to the domain name system can sign up and start taking action in as little as 24 hours. With standardized abuse reporting, built-in case management, the ability to directly integrate with your backend, and a dedicated staff working on your behalf, Clean DNS saves your organization time and money addressing abuse concerns while lowering your risk and improving your reputation. We work with GTLDs, CCTLDs, registrars, and hosting and infrastructure providers to streamline abuse management, as well as trusted reporters, cybersecurity companies, nonprofits.
Can you send to me the direct link to the session? You are sending the registration form. It doesn't take me to the direct link. I can join. I don't know what's the problem.
7-day trial of Clean DNS today, giving you a preview of the reports you would receive in our system and a consultation with our analysts. Don't wait for abuse to become a problem. Take action now. Visit cleandns.com today or contact us at hello@cleandns.email and join us in cleaning up the internet for good.
Ever pondered how technology can seamlessly blend with humans and processes? Well, the answer is not far-fetched. It's right here at Contemporary Consulting Limited. This is not just a company. It's a vibrant digital universe where innovation meets expertise, and where we have been lighting up the ICT sector for 3 fruitful decades. Located in the heart of Abuja, Nigeria, Contemporary Consulting Limited stands as a beacon of creativity. Our collaborations are as diverse as our expertise, spanning across the federal government of Nigeria, World Bank, and the European Union. Our mission is simple: to offer cutting-edge ICT consultancy services that are tailor-made to your needs. Are you seeking to enrich your IT knowledge and skills? We've got you covered. Do you need to integrate systems for seamless data and voice exchanges? We are there for you. Or perhaps you're looking to design online applications or fortify your cybersecurity? Look no further. At Contemporary Consulting Limited, we have a knack for turning complex situations into straightforward economical strategies. We believe in the power of technology to unlock access to critical information, wealth, and prosperity. And our goal is to use this power to create innovative technology and creative solutions that benefit our clients and stakeholders. But don't just take our word for it. Discover it for yourself. For further details or queries, navigate your way to our website at www.contemporary.net.ng or dial +234 909 9999 132. Contemporary Consulting Limited, focused on performance.
My name is Jameson Olufuye. I'm the CEO of Contemporary Consulting, an ICT integration consulting firm. So I'm a member of the business constituency of the commercial stakeholder group and of the generic name supporting organization of the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN. There are a lot of businesses that are going online these days, and many of them are in the developing countries where I come from, and least developed countries. So the business constituencies of ICANN want to reach out to businesses in other regions of the world to be aware of what we are doing. We need to be sure that the policies that ICANN develop, is consistent with the fact that the internet remains stable, remains trustworthy, and is a competitive platform for new domains to evolve, just as we are experiencing, the new domain regimes now in the ICANN ecosystem. So we need to reach out to many others like myself, CEOs of reputable organizations that are very, very active on the internet, but they do not appreciate the fact that we need to remain consistent. The internet needs to remain consistent to deliver the goods for the large majority of the people. Business is about, making profit to sustain, life and jobs and what have you. And so we should be interested in the future direction of ICANN because that is the global organization responsible for ensuring that any policy regime we have, till the direction where the internet will go. And so that is why this important platform and opportunity to engage my colleagues elsewhere that, yes, why not? Come join us in the business constituency. Now is the time to be involved, be engaged. The survivability of your business is at stake. Internet requires your input for it to deliver the benefits for you, for your business, for your shareholders moving forward.
Okay, welcome back. And we're back into the room. And control room, I presume we're back from a 10 minutes break. And we're moving on. Kindly confirm that. Okay, confirmed. Okay, so this next session, the first panel session, will be involving professionals from different areas of business and walks of life in the ICT industry. I will be yielding the floor for this session to no other person, like I've mentioned before, the strategic program manager and at the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology in Egypt, Dr. Yasmin El Shakai. You have the floor.
Sorry, unfortunately, he's been faced with a lot of issues, technical issues. I've tried all my best from this side to help resolve, but it's not in any way helpful. So I'm still trying to get her.
Okay, so while we're waiting for Dr. Yasmin El Shakai, I will take up that opportunity while still also waiting for instruction anyway, to start off that session if we're on time and try to sit in for him. We all know that technology still has one or two hiccups, and we have to ensure that we beat it at its own roots. Again, you're all welcome to the 11th Summit of the African ICT Alliance, AfICTA, with the team transforming Africa's economy through digitization for sustainable development. And on this first panel session are the following. And our first speaker, and I will be mentioning them just to be sure they are online and available for this session to kick off, while again, we're still waiting for Dr. Yasmin to join us back. The first on my list is Dr. Wada Fadul, founder and president, Institute of Tomorrow. Are you available, sir?
Yes, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we're moving to the next person, the founder for IR Innovation, and also the founder of the Osciency Education Advancement. No other person but Miss Senel Goba. Are you online?
Yes,
oh,
I am online.
Great. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, I move to the third person, who is a climate advisor to Pan-African Youth Union Secretary General and the Managing Director of Open Knowledge in Ghana. No other person but Mr. Maxwell Benganim.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, good. All right. Okay. Okay. And then finally, I will be calling on the CEO, ECCSCO consultant firm for environment, climate change, and sustainability, Dr. El Sahid Sabri, M. Doctor, are you available? Okay, okay. Doctor is online. A word from you, Doctor. Can you confirm?
Yes, please, they're online. Please try to turn on your camera. You have the access. Then I noticed the availability of the moderator for the session. Thank you.
Thank you, technical. Appreciate. I am also making sure that everything is ready on this side at the height of the moment, and also trying also not to jump in the face of everyone while we're still waiting for no other person but Dr. Yasmin. On that note,
Dr. Yasmin is on the call now.
Okay, Dr. Yasmin is on the call.
Yes, please.
So he can actually moderate from the call, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
So I'm going to be the floor. Dr. Yasmin El Shaki, if you can hear me, I have called on all your speakers. They are yet to be introduced, but I'm going to reintroduce you, knowing that you are the strategic program manager at the Ministry of Comms and Information Technology in Egypt. Dr. Yasmin, over to you.
Yes, I'm hearing. Hello.
You have the floor. Take on your session. Okay, I see we are still having glitches. I see we are still having glitches. Dr. Yasmin, do we still have connection with Dr. Yasmin?
Yes,
okay, I would suggest maybe we can go ahead with our speakers.
Okay.
And then join us.
Okay, so we have different topics from all our speakers. Of course, the panel discussion is focused on the effect of technology on the environment and climate change. Fortunately for someone like me, my sojourn in the ICT industry, starting with taking it global, was more or less in the climate and health sector before I joined fully or jumped fully into the ICT sector. So I will be yielding floor to our speakers as I have their list to go ahead to present their submissions on different subtopics ranging from the potential of new technologies to mitigate the effects of climate change to the impact of technology on resource consumption and the challenges and opportunities of digitization by climate change action, and without forgetting the role of the technology industry in addressing climate change. Of course, I will be calling on the first speaker, but because of those who will view this video later, I have to change. I'm using my power as the master of ceremony to call first Miss Senad Goba, founder for IR Innovation and founder of Science Education and Advancement. Please have the floor. Miss Senel Goba, you have the floor.
Good evening. Good morning to all the colleagues from across the continent and also globally that are attending this summit. My name is Senele Goba. I'm the founder of 4IR Innovations, which is an industrial automation consulting company that offers technology-enabled solutions to industry, but also to the education sector through science, technology, engineering, and maths education. I'm also the president of the Institute of IT Professionals South Africa and the chairperson of the board. this topic of the effects of technology on the environment is quite an important one, which not so long ago was not even spoken about. Technology is no longer a luxury in the time that we are now. It is now an enabler of all the aspects of our livelihoods. In my work that I do, I work a lot with communities, especially the younger generation, school-going children, to help them understand how they can use technology to their advantage, the risks of technology, and how they can be responsible in their use of technology. But also, as the president of the Institute of IT Professionals, as the Institute, we lead the ICT professionalism, but also we focus on the ethical digital transformation because technology has now become intertwined with all the aspects of our society. Since this interlinking of technology with all aspects of our society, we then, as the IT professionals, become very responsible to ensure that everybody understands the impact of technology, but at the same time, they take their role in ensuring that they are responsible. We can go back to the times when we were engaged by society on water saving initiatives, on electricity saving initiatives. Even can go further to money saving initiatives, because we knew that all this is important for our livelihood, for our well-being. But there has been a strong focus on the global climate, on the globe, as well as ensuring that our globe is sustained. And with the climate change that is affected by a lot of things, including e-waste. As the technology professionals, we need to take that initiative to ensure that e-waste is managed and also in a manner that is responsible but also ethical. Now, we focus on community initiatives mainly. So I'll talk more on that and how I've seen that there's a lot of eagerness in communities, which requires that we then find ways to engage our communities more as the technology is infiltrating them, to be aware that this technology that's coming through also becomes a bit of a double-edged sword if we don't manage it well. We've had certain community initiatives where we've engaged with school-going children on how we can sustain our environment by reusing the waste that we produce in our daily lives. And we ran a community outreach initiative where we had young children coming up with how we can reuse the things that exist around us to make them useful. Now, none of those really included or involved technology, but they came up with a lot of innovative solutions on how we can save our environment, sustain our environment. Now, further initiatives need to happen from all angles, especially led by the IT profession, to say now that we have access to technology and this technology gets recycled or its life cycle is becoming shorter and shorter. We need to know how we dispose of it responsibly in order to avoid a further problem in the future of e-waste that is beyond our control. And we also know that Africa, to a certain extent, has struggled with becoming a sort of a dumping site for electronic goods and other goods. So we do need policy that is strong in structuring how imports of technology are managed. And also, once the import of technology is in our continent, how do we manage the whole life cycle of the technology to ensure that we are, in a way, carbon neutral through the import of that technology? I'm quite keen to learn more also about other initiatives that can assist in improving, in ensuring that technology has the minimal negative impact on the environment. But I'm also pleased with the initiatives that have been run by our institute in South Africa, specifically involving professionals and experts within the IT profession. And those experts talk about how we can responsibly use technology. The technology like blockchain, which is quite extensive on energy use. How can we ensure that that kind of technology, it has a certain level of responsibility in its use? It comes with its good, but there's also trade-offs. Now we need to balance that. Engaging the experts from the field, within the IT field, within the engineering field, helps our community to become more aware and more informed about what needs to be done by the whole society, and also what needs to be bedded down in form of policy in order for us to ensure that we have a sustainable future and we can achieve our sustainable development goals for 2030. So with that being said, I really I'm keen to know more, because I'm not an expert really in environmental sciences and technology impacts on environment, but it is definitely a topic that I find of interest, that I'm always keen to engage on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Senel Goba. Thank you so much on the impact of technology on resource consumption. I want to ask if my co-moderator is back. Dr. El Said, can you unmute? Okay, and okay. So on that note, while we wait, I'll call on the founder and president of the Institute of Tomorrow, Mr. Wada Fadul. Please take the floor.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon, based on your time zones. My name is Wada Fadul. I'm the president and founder of Institute of Tomorrow. I'm also a digital transformation consultant who works basically in the East Africa and the Middle East region. So first of all, I would like to start by just confirming if my voice is audible to all of you.
Audible.
All right, excellent, great. So today I will be focusing more on the aspect of the potential of the new technologies to mitigate the effect of the climate change. But first of all, I will be just navigating you through the correlation between the environment and the technology in the current world that where we live in. So technology has undoubtedly revolutionized actually our lives and the way we live in, bringing about the advancement in communication, transportation, and various aspects of our daily routines. But however, this rapid development that we're witnessing in the technology sector actually, and the widespread adoption of the technology have also had a significant impact on the environment. It contributes to the climate change, and also it helps imposing challenges to the delicate balance of our ecosystems, for sure. One of the most prominent effects that the technology actually is having a hand on, or has some kind of an effect on the environment, is the contribution to the greenhouse gases emissions. The greenhouse gas emissions that actually produced by the IT sector, and also in addition to the operation of electronic devices, the data centers and the various industries involved in the tech sector release substantial amount of the carbon dioxide and other gases that trap the heat in the atmosphere, as we all know, leading to global warming and other kind of issues that come in actually correlated with the global warming. Moreover, the transportation of the goods and the people, even the fuel by the fossil fuels or the large ships, and the moving of the technology items itself is further also adding to the issue itself. Technology also has led to the increased consumption patterns, driven mainly by the convenience and the ease of access to the products or the services in the world that we live in, which actually put in us such kind of an agenda that this has resulted in a kind of a surge of the waste generation. And particularly, we can speak about the electronic waste, which contains the hazardous and the dangerous materials that they can contaminate the soil and the water sources if not properly managed, for sure. And in addition to the manufacturing of the new technological products, also often involve the resource extraction, energy, the intensive processes, and the further putting of the certain level of the environment itself. Despite the negative impacts of the technology on the environment, for sure, it also holds a potential to provide solutions to mitigate climate change. I'm going to speak also by the end of my speaking slot about one of the products that we are developing internally under a project called PRAS in the Institute of Tomorrow, which is a kind of globally recognized and award-winning kind of the project that we have been working on in order to utilize technology to mitigate the side effects that could happen to the environment. So despite these negative impacts, technology also can provide solutions to mitigate the climate change and to promote sustainability. Technology could lead to the development of the renewable energy in all forms, speaking about the wind farms or the solar panels, to the new ones we're talking about the green, blue, and pink hydrogen options of, and also the smart grids, when it works bi-directionally by providing the electricity to the citizens, and also you can buy the electricity that could be saved from their houses or the solar panels and get it back to the electric grid. Technology also could help in creating energy efficient appliances that they can further optimize the energy consumption. And also the advancement that we are witnessing in using technology in agriculture by using drones and smart kind of sensors, and a very efficient level of the resource management in agriculture, as an example, could help and lead up to reduce the environmental footprint. Moreover, technology can play a crucial role in monitoring and understanding the environmental changes. The satellite imagery, the sensors, and the data analytics, they can greatly help to provide insight into the different patterns that ecological patterns, including the pollution levels, the climate trends, and enabling also informed decision-making and targeted interventions that will greatly help the African government to not be only having such kind of a remedial level of intervention or acting based on what's going on in terms of environment itself, but also to plan it ahead by utilizing the data and using the data pattern in order to have a proactive solution to mitigate the issues could happen to our environment by the technology itself. Also, technology can facilitate actually the communication and collaboration among the environmental organizations. This is thing we're witnessing now, more organization and more activism kind of the group. They can collaborate better using the technology that includes also the different stakeholders, governments, communities, the civil work kind of environment that they can promote a level of collective actions towards having and achieving the sustainability goals that my colleague spoke about. So in summary, we can tell that the technology has a complex relationship with the environment. While it has contributed to the environmental challenges such as the climate change and the pollution, it also holds the potential to provide solutions and to facilitate sustainable practices. The key lies actually in harnessing the power of the technology responsibly, ensuring that its development use align with the environmental principles as well, and ensure that these actually, and to emphasize that it's going to contribute to a more sustainable future of ours. That also includes a big type of work that can be done in terms of policy making also in our beloved continent. If the chair allow me, actually, I would like just to take you quickly through a couple of slides about the past project that we developed internally in the Institute of Tomorrow. It's one of the examples how technology could help responding to some of the effects the climate change could actually propagate in our continent. So it's not only about the greenhouse kind of gases or the increase of level of pollution. There are so many things that they come in correlation with the change of the climate in our continent. One of these things, as an example, the farmer-herders conflict that are taking place in many regions across the continent itself. So I'm going just to share just a couple of slides with you. Just a second. So are you able to recognize the slides on your screen now?
Yep.
All right, great. So I'm going to talk quickly about the potential of new technologies to mitigate the effects of climate change. We'll be speaking specific about a project called SPRAS, at a glance quickly about it. It's a highly and worldwide recognized project that we developed internally in Africa to mitigate some of the issues that they come in correlation with climate change. So let's start speaking about the problem. So the issue that PRAS actually is responding to is the farmers-herders or the farmer-herder conflicts in Africa. So farmer-herder conflicts in Africa, farmer-herder conflict, they have a long history in Africa and have been going increasingly more frequent and violent owing to the environmental degradation that we are witnessing. The environmental degradation and the demographic change and a worsening political climate that we are having in Africa in many countries nowadays. These clashes are omnipresent. They occur across the Sahara, Sahel, and the Savannah, primarily caused by the competition over resources, such as land and fresh water. These conflicts are further compounded by existing ethnic and religious tensions, as evident in some places like Sudan, Nigeria, and Lake Chad, to name a few. Experts from the United Nations and other recognized organizations estimated that the farmers-herders conflicts led to a death and displacement of thousands of people in Africa over the past few years. Some of the bloodiest of the recent conflicts includes the 2013 clashes between the Mali and Rizega tribes or tribal groups in Sudan, which left 209 tribesmen dead and more than 300 other wounded. And 2014 and 2016 and 2018 conflicts between the farmers and the Fulanis in Nigeria, which led to a death of more than 2,000 people in the Nigerian Middle Belt. Also, farmer-herders conflicts have dire consequences both in the short and the long term. These conflicts lead to a loss of life and livestock, displacement, and serious damages to local economic activity. And most importantly, they pose a threat to social coherence, including the national unity, and increase also the possibility of interstate conflicts and civil wars in Africa. So what is the challenge, the technological challenge when it comes to farmers-herders conflict that are facing actually the authorities and the African government in Africa? So the main challenge faced by African governments officials when dealing with the farmers-herders conflict arise from the large geographic area of some African countries. So that makes the process and the procedures of gathering data and deploying troops on ground, it's something that becomes more difficult to do in larger countries, in Sudan as an example. In addition, the lack of information about the impacts of global warming and the resources scarcity makes it even more complicated to predict the conflict and to plan services to locals. Currently, most of the conflict monitoring systems that we have in our continent are remedial rather than being proactive, as they mainly focus on active or after incident data analysis rather than applying a kind of a parallel and proactive model most of the time. As a result, they lack integrity between the current situation and the historical data. This is one of the main issues. And that also leads us to the problem that we don't have a proactive approach to farmers herders conflict that happening due to the climate change. Most of these.
Sorry, Mr. Fado, we're eating into two other speakers' time.
Definitely. I'm just 2 minutes more.
Problem or the challenge for the past 26 minutes. Yes, so let's quickly go to.
No issues. Yeah, quickly. Yes, I'll take 2-3 minutes more to do that. So simply, PRAS is short for Proactive and Active IoT-based surveillance for tribal and nomadic conflict resolution and peacekeeping in Africa. It's a solution that uses a combination of sensors, drones, and data analytics suite and satellite routers, which is designed actually using an AI algorithm to deliver two types of alerts, green proactive and red active. So the proactive approach or the green alert, actually, it's a combination of sensors, including grassometers, that the sensors that actually measures the grass, it will be covered by the grass. And when the grass level becomes a bit lower and the sun touches or the sun rays actually touching the sensors start generating some kind of readings that can be in addition to the sensors that put in the oil wells and on the gas also, in addition to the algorithm analysis that has been done with the AI to the historical rain data in that specific period. All of this, the AI algorithm will work with all the data sources to generate something we call it green alert or the proactive mode, which could predict that there will be a farmer-herder conflict in this area in the coming 3 or 6 months, as an example, and send that data to the authorities so they can have a better level of interference. This is how simply the green proactive works, including the many sensors that can be showed with the historical data in addition. The second one is the active mode. The active mode actually it's about like creating fences, because usually the tribals, they have specific routes in the African countries that they lead them to have a clashes because they are taking their livestock to the places where the farmers, they farm their own places. So in these routes, actually, they are historically measured in most of the African countries. An example, in the Sudan, as example, the government knows where this tribe will be moved from that place to that place, seeking water and grass for their livestock. So the solution will be creating level of laser fences, invisible fences by laser fences will be put in vehicles. And there will be also another AI algorithm on that. Like, so if there is like 1 or 2 or 3 level of kind of creatures or human beings are crossing these laser fences, the system won't generate anything. But if there are like thousands of them, that could indicate that there may be one tribe is moving to a place of another tribe, or there's like a potential of clashes could be happening by one tribal group is moving to a place of the farmers, as an example. So this is how actually simply the solution it works. So we started deploying the solution like 2 years in the green active model, as an example, in Sudan, by generating some kind of the information and the data that they are getting from the tribal groups and the farmer groups, understanding. So how the solution is going to resolve to these issues that happening by the climate change, simply the prediction of the injustice in African countries. The solution can tell you about any issues happening, injustice. They can help you to plan better governance in terms of, as a government, as an example, service planning and social trends study by understanding the movement of these tribal groups and their integrity or level of the living and how they are going to interact with the farmers group. And also the data integrity by providing more data that can be held in the historical data analysis and creating a level of how the climate change is affecting our countries. And also it's a self-learning system and AI-based system that will have an impact of the global warming in our own countries. So they can help the preventing these issues and also have a better level of the justice and the solution for that. So these are the data that have been sampled and have been collected from the Sudan as an example. Solution has been started deploying the last 2 years, but now we're facing some issues because of the issues happening in the country itself. But hopefully, maybe we can take it further in the coming years. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for that presentation. It's getting academic, which it should be, and is not our friend, and we need to race with time. We'll be calling on the next person who, of course, I am looking straight into his eyes through his glasses. Okay, he's a climate advisor to Pan African Youth Secretary General and the Managing Director for Open Knowledge Ghana. Like I said, our time is fast. I know you can talk about
Hello.
Oh, sorry. I think you're having challenges with your audio. Maybe the connected device is having audio issue.
Is it okay now?
Great.
Great. Okay,
Better.
so thank you very much. My name is Maxwell Biganim, as he rightly said, and the good thing is currently I'm also in Ghana at the West African Climate Reality Project training that I'm serving as a mentor. I'll be very brief and then I'll touch on the salient points as directed on the opportunities and then the challenges that on digitalization in terms of climate change. So just to set the context for the conversation, the United Nations Framework for Convention for Climate Change, which is often called the UNFCCC, has indicated that the world is going through a triple planetary crisis. And this triple planetary crisis are climate change, pollution, and then biodiversity loss. So these are three fundamental blocks that at the end of the conversation, we will try to address and look at how digitalization is one way or the other, creating that kind of opportunity and then challenges as well. So this is also very important because the world, as we see now, is going through an existential threat, which is climate change. So the conversation then again is, what is climate change? Climate change in itself, it's occurring and then it has been occurring over the years. But the issue why it is now very important is it is happening at a very fast rate because of anthropogenic emissions. If I talk about anthropogenic, these are human-induced factors that are causing emissions as a result, trapping a lot of heat and us going through global warming. So this is just the basic understanding of climate change. And over 97% of scientists agree that yes, indeed, the emissions is caused by human-induced activities. And some of these human-induced activities are as a result of cross-cutting sectors that we would look at. We may not have the time to look at everything, but then we'll touch on just a few because of time. And I believe that going forward, we can start having spaces within the ICT or within the information communication technology space to be discussing such issues. And just to even add, in next month, we are going to Egypt COP to also have conversations around the climate, which is the conference of parties that I'll be negotiating on behalf of Ghana as a youth negotiator. But the important thing that I even want to touch is we need a lot more people within the ICT space, within the tech space to start having conversation. And just to even wow you, there is AI for climate change, and there is also a tech mechanism group that focuses on this. Now, we have seen that the world has gone through a lot of revolution. Started with the agri revolution, then industrial revolution, then the digital revolution, and then we are moving to the sustainable revolution. Touching on that, within the industrial revolution, that is where a lot of these emissions were generated. And as a result, these emissions were coming from the global north. And we in the global south are rather facing or are most vulnerable to some of these emissions that are being caused over the years. And the question is, who pays? So let's look at within the ICT sector, and within the ICT sector, there are two keywords that I also want you to take out after this conversation, which is in a global conversation on climate change, is mitigation and then adaptation. Now, if we talk about adaptation, adaptation is that the climate change is already occurring, all right? And then we need to be able to live with it. And then mitigation is the ways that we can do to limit emissions. So within that conversation, there is always adaptation and then mitigation within the industries and all sectors like energy, transport, etc., etc. So I'll just jump in quickly to one conversation that is also very important when we look at the challenges. Now, within the ICT space or within the digitalization space, you realize that one of the challenges is pollution, digital pollution. Now, if you look at digital pollution, is the carbon emissions and then the waste that is generated as a result of using digital devices, as a result of using internet, from simple things to more complex stuff. So we have simple things like just liking posts, emailing, texting, and streaming videos. All these contribute to emissions. One may ask, so if that is the case, then what do we do within the ICT space or within the African context? So I'll briefly touch on how the internet also contributes to that, and also devices. How are devices being made? Devices are being made. How are the resources taken? These are all conversations that we look at, and also practices that are involved. And as the earlier speaker spoke about e-waste, that is also one of the key elements or blocks in some of the conversations that we have. Now, I'm going to give a quick statistics for us to understand what I'm saying about the challenges. So for every email that you send, it contributes to about 4 grams of carbon dioxide. So does it mean we shouldn't send emails? No, it means that we should be deleting our spam and then don't send emails when they are unnecessary. So there are measures or opportunities that comes with that challenge as well. Even on WhatsApp, if we send WhatsApp, it also contributes to emissions that I don't want to go into the technical aspect. But this is just for us to understand that this climate conversation is a conversation for all of us. Now, if we look at the internet as well, we look at internet in the infrastructure that brings the internet. It requires a huge amount of energy. And the question is, where is this energy coming from? So this energy over the years is coming from fossil fuels. So if we talk about fossil fuels, majority of these carbon emissions is coming from fossil fuels. So if we are consuming so much energy and this energy is also coming in from fossil fuels, then that means one way or the other, we are also contributing to carbon emissions. So what then do we do as tech enthusiasts? Then we need to look at alternatives like clean energy, where our data centers or our infrastructure will start thinking about the sustainability revolution. How then can we shift away from some of these fossil fuels to cut down on our emissions? And then our access network, also wiring and antennas as well. And then end users, the computers that we use, the tablets, how are they being redesigned in a way to start conserving, or where the materials are being sourced from, where the extractives are coming. There should be conscious effort to redesign sustainability models in having this. So in some countries for now, all devices or laptops that are created should have spare parts, so that people do not rush in to change their machines, but then they can easily get repairable and upgraded parts to limit a huge demand within the extractive sectors that also contributes to carbon emissions as well. So these are the ways that within the tech space we should be looking at. And internet emissions is 3.7% as compared to aviation, which is 3.0. So you look at the collective goal and you realize that we are emitting so much of carbon and then contributing to climate change. Now, what are some of the opportunities? And I'm ending with my presentation. So what are some of the opportunities that exist within the context of ICT, within this context of having this conversation? How can we green the internet? How can we green the tech space? Which is one of the reasons why I with some colleagues of mine, organize what is called a Wiki Green Conference, where we bring tech enthusiasts and then climate activists to start having conversations and see the nexus, which is very, very, very important. So it shouldn't be like the climate conversation is for environmentalists, and the ICT sector is also for tech enthusiasts. We should be able to create a platform that will begin to have sustainable conversations, sustainable redesigning conversations. And I'm so happy this is a platform that we are having this conversation. So there should be a multi-stakeholder consensus-driven engagement, particularly greening the tech space, which would have elements on reassessing the design models, etc., getting academic people within the academic field, people within the ICT space, people within the green space, people within all the value chains that we can think about. There should also be policy frameworks within the ICT sector that focuses towards net zero. There should also be open information should be open. Knowledge within the green sector should also be open. And then we should be looking at how efficient our energy. If we are going to redesign devices, we should be looking at energy efficient design that wouldn't consume so much energy, in other words, contributing to carbon emissions. And also, most importantly, capacity building and capacity enhancing within the climate conversation. The climate conversation is for all of us. We should be prepared to learn within all the conversation that is going on. And in Accra right now, President Al Gore is having a 3-day training session where I'm serving as a mentor to over thousands of young people across West Africa, to cross-cutting areas to understand some of these things. And also one of the areas that covers is research and development as well. So these are some of the opportunities that come. So we should be looking at energy consumption, we should be looking at manufacturing and our infrastructure sector, and also capacity building, as I've already spoken about. I'm going to give 3 examples and then I end, please. I can see your video is on, but I'm going to give just quick 3 examples. Just give me 60 seconds to wrap up on that as well. So there is AI for climate change. That is a conversation that the CTCN is having. How can we deploy AI or other technologies to help in solving some of this climate change? There are smart grids. Smart grids integrate renewable energy technologies in the space as well. Then there's also technology innovations, redesigning models that I have already spoken about, and fundamentally green skills. Green skills are cross-cutting skills that everybody needs. And so I'm going to end my presentation here to say that we should keep this conversation going on and on and on. I'm available to have this conversation going on. And thank you very much for giving us this platform to talk about climate change. Thank you very much. I hand over.
Thank you. Thank you so much, my brother from another mother, for that inciting delivery. Of course, you have mentioned some very, very key issues that I think ICANN is also listening, that, you know, the more we're talking about infrastructure, we should also be looking at redesigning those infrastructure to reduce the emission from them. Okay, so thank you. We're moving on. And this is for those who just come in, welcome to the 11th edition, of AfICTA Summit, which the theme is transforming Africa's economy through digitalization of sustainable development. Of course, we are in the first session, and we'll be calling on our next and final presenter, Dr. El Sahed Sabro, CEO, ECCSCO, consultancy firm for environment, climate change, and sustainability, who will be anchoring on the role of the technology industry in addressing climate change. Doctor, over to you.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. I am delighted to be here among you. And please, can you leave me share screen? I want to share screen to share my presentation.
I believe you're a co-host, so please double check.
Yes, make me co-host. Until the share screen, I would like to present myself. I am senior climate change expert, and I was the a certified member of the United Nations roster of experts for climate change, and a former climate change advisor of the Minister of Environment in Egypt. And for the time being, I am the Chief Executive Officer of the CISCO, Environment, Climate Change and Sustainability Corporation. My presentation is regarding to the impact of technology on the climate change and the environment. Please, until now, the co-host is not
Sorry, sorry,
yeah.
You have the access to share, please.
Yes, I press the share screen, and there should be something like to co-host to yeah. This is my presentation. Yeah, it's good. So can we start now? I want to, yes. Since the Industrial Revolution from 1760 up to 1840, the impact of technology for people was significant, but its impact on our health included misuse of this strong making strong damage in two ways of air pollution and in the same time and the water pollution, as well as elaborate about both the two types of pollution. And another issue, as you see, there is another issue regarding the greenhouse gas emissions, which make the climate change impact. Regarding the green technology, the green technology is developing a new technologies aim to conserve. Just a moment. I want to make the full screen, please. Yeah. Yeah. The big agreement signed in 2016 has obliged every country in the world to undertake ambitious targets to combat climate change by keeping the rise in the average temperature at less than 2 degrees centigrade above the preceding levels. But in fact, we have to distinguish between the environmental pollution and the climate change. There are coherent linkage between two others, but in fact, the environment pollution is regarding to the direct impact on the health of human health, regarding the emissions from the combustion of the fossil fuels, regarding like SOx and NOx, and also the particulates in the atmosphere, and its impact is direct on the human health, respiratory diseases, and the other types of diseases. But in the case of the climate change, this is regarding other types which came from the combustion also of fossil fuels, like the carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxides, and the other three types of gases, like hydrofluorocarbon, perfluorocarbon, and sulfur hexafluoride. That's why these types of greenhouse gas emissions are not prohibited by the environmental law, but the other regarding the environmental pollution are prohibited by the environmental laws, and only to certain limits is allowed. Some examples of the green technologies. First of all, the renewable energies, which are up to 7 types, starting from the solar energy, from the wind energy, hydro energy from the hydro systems, and also the the ocean, I mean the wave, ocean wave energy, the geothermal energies are many types, and above all, bioenergy coming from the biomass. Another type is the smart technologies, then electric vehicles, and finally, here is the direct air capture of gases and using types of sensors, which we call it CCS, carbon capture and storage. And this is emerging technologies, and it can be used in a huge amounts, but still we can speak about it later on. About the renewable energy, modern technologies has enabled us to convert renewable energy like wind and sunlight into electricity or heat by many ways of solar panels. In 2015, coal was the second used source for electricity generation, and now renewable energy production more than 20% of electricity than the UN targets, to increase it to 30 by 2025. The cost of renewable energy is dropping dramatically as the governments, their investment in it. For example, in Australia, the rooftop solar panels installment has increased from 4,600 to about, I think, I don't see the number, between 2007 and 2017. Smart homes using ICT, information technology, linked appliances to be removable, monitored, and remotely monitored and programmed, and these appliances has decisions based on real-time formation, as lighting needed to parts only in some parts in the house and during the times when we need to be lighted in it. Social data can be used to spread awareness in the ground warming, and be used also for experts to be allowed in the laboratories online, and online this would decrease the flights numbers. This is in using in the air aviation. Electric vehicle. Regarding the electric vehicles, it's an innovation since 2008, and it's based on exchanging the fuel with rechargeable batteries, and this type, of course, will have a positive impact on environmental, as well as not produce greenhouse gas and don't participate in the air pollution. Some environments have encountered this idea, and this is used in some companies such as Bloomberg and the others, that will be cheapest by 2024 regarding the prices of the electric vehicles. Carbon capture and storage, and the use of, as it says, DAS, DAC, direct air capture. Direct air capture is a type of technology with the idea of pulling carbon dioxide, which is one of the exhaust gases, out of the atmosphere directly. And this idea will have been circulating climate change mitigation reserves for years, but it is still in late stage of the development, and has not been implemented for a long time because there are some implications regarding the geographical the leakage from geographical formation, and also the storage in the mid sea under the ocean, the water ocean. The DAC idea, direct air capture, is based on sequestering the carbon dioxide and utilizing it. Air then is pushed through a filter with a large fans where CO2 is removed. I mean, this is something of removal of the CO2 from the exhaust gases from the mega electricity generation stations. After that, this type of gases can be CO2 gas, can be liquefied and transported to the storage area. So far, talking about all of this, it's crystal clear that there are many innovations to be implicated that would combat climate change and protect the environment. One of the most important innovations of that is Heidelberg sensors that are here, the innovation that can detect greenhouse gases, and the bespoke sensors for certain type of gases. And there are 3 types of these, which are not so important for us for the time being. All what we care for is that there are sensors, and these sensors can detect the greenhouse gas in order to be able to remove or to uptake these gases from the air or the combustion products. As a conclusion for this, as we can demonstrate the pros and cons of technology related to environment and climate change, and establish many creative solutions that are already developed and tested in real life, and from them they are showing great advancement and looks promising. We can also see the negative impact of the technology and environment, that we believe the green technology can decarbonize the economy. In fact, as we know, the technology has passive impact on the climate change and the environment through the emissions coming, the 2 different types of emissions from the combustion of the fossil fuel. But in the same time, as we will see, the innovation and technologies also has a positive side that can decarbonize the economy through decreasing the energy used for, transportation, and through the telecommunications, and through using many different electronic applications, like the digitalization of the economy, that will decrease, of course, the consumption of the fuels and the consumption of energy. Technology and the greenhouse gas. The rapid development of technology has undeniably brought numerous benefits to society, from improved communication and improved productivity to new forms of the environment and consideration. However, this progress has also contributed significantly to the emission of greenhouse gases, negatively impacting the environment, as we elaborate. Furthermore, electricity and waste, the e-waste, which is this desirable. Just a moment, please. However, it's important to note that technology also has the potential to mitigate its own environment impact. You see, if we have the environmental bad impact of the technology on the environment, at the same time, we can use the technology, the advanced technology, to mitigate this environmental impact. Digital technologies can enable to about greenhouse gases by 2050 in the 3 highest emitting sectors, as you see in the screen. By quickly adopting digital technologies, these industries already reduce emissions by up to 20% for the time being. Information and communication technology role. Here we speak about the role of ICT. Information and communication technology, ICT, has a significant role on climate change, particularly through the emission of greenhouse gas. The ICT sector is responsible for about of global greenhouse gas. Can reach to 3 up to 4%, which is equivalent to the aviation emissions from carbon footprint in the aviation sector. This is due to the energy-intensive nature of data centers and telecommunication networks, which require significant amounts of electricity to heat. Moreover, sorry. However, it's important to see that the IC sector is also taking steps to mitigate its impact on climate change. We spoke about the impact of the ICT on climate change through the emissions, but now we say that, however, this ICT center is taking also important steps to mitigate the impact on climate change. Many companies are investing in energy efficient technologies and renewable energy sources for the power to their operations. Furthermore, ICT can also play a crucial role in the reducing and in using the greenhouse gases emission reduction in other sectors like, for example, in the energy efficiency, promoting and digital services in the industry, in the agriculture, in the water sectors, renewable water resources sectors, and enabling the smart grids and the smart cities. These smart grids which will be in smart cities. As the positive potentials, there is speaking about the positive potentials of the ICT. ICT offers new opportunities to mitigate and adapt to climate change. It helps to monitor and analyze short and long-term climate trends, raise awareness. This is the first one. Also, it helps protecting the environment and reducing carbon emissions. Thirdly, ICT solutions have a calculating potential to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by up to 15% from the existing solutions in different sectors like energy, building, transportation, and the potential was derived also for 2 different scenarios. This resulted in a reduction potentials of about 60 up to 12% respectively, and an additional potential of 1 to 3% if the agriculture sector is added based on another study.
Okay, so we're having less than 2 minutes.
Yes, I think I am about to finish. while the ICT sector does contribute to the greenhouse gas emissions, it also plays a crucial role in mitigating climate change through various strategies and solutions. The sector's potential reduce emissions, its ongoing efforts toward sustainable development, underscore the importance of ICT in the against climate change. And by the way, there is, I think, every year there is a conference regarding the ICT and the climate change, which is held manually.
Thank you so much, Doctor. For those of us who are not doctors, I know you would have noticed that there was a part where there was conclusion, and then you're seeing another conclusion. It's not easy to be a doctor and deliver such an eloquent expert paper to walk away with. I know that the organizers will be giving us a certificate because this is a tuition, an education to understand what climate and ICT is all about and where they meet. I want to say, Dr. Said, thank you so much for that eloquent delivery. We are likely going to have questions from various people. Please use the Q&A platform to send in your questions. Our panelists will go ahead to do justice in responding to you on the Q&A. However, we have a pool and there's a countdown already. There are 13 questions and we want to encourage everyone to please participate in the pool. The pool is up. Again, there are 13 questions, and you could quickly please run through it. Thank you so much for responding. Thank you. While that is going on, please get ready for the next session. While you respond to the pool, please get ready for the next, the second session. Of course, power-packed and will be moderated by Mr. Paul Runway, the AfICTA Deputy Chair. And I know he's on the call, so he will be taking charge. I learned a thing or two from the last session. And of course, I learned a thing or two about the timing. So we are going to ensure that we keep to timing. We are on dot. We're just above timing by 10 minutes or so, but we will catch up. We will borrow some time from the virtual exhibition time and be able to catch up for this second session. I hope we are almost there.
I have seen a question here, if I can respond to it. Which technology sector do you think has the most significant impact on the environment? And as far as I know, it's the industry sector and also the electricity power generation sector. Thirdly is the transportation sector.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that brief response. Really, really appreciate it. Again, the poll questions are up. Please participate in the poll questions. I believe the results are out. Technical, please inform me, is the result out?
We still have a low participation, so I would encourage our participants to quickly do the submission so that we can display the outcome.
Okay, so you've heard it. We have 3 of 46 from what I have. That's a low number. Please participate. We're looking at an high participation in the pools. This is how we change governments in Africa, so we should be able to change opinion and effectively build policies that would contribute positively to the growth of ICT and the effect it has on climate change. Please kindly participate. At the moment, we have 6% participation.
I'm sorry. Please, our panelists, the questions are not for you. Trying to answer it will actually make it to disappear. So please, if I'm able to reshare the doodle, let's just allow the participants alone. Thank you.
I think I have seen here a question regarding how much do you believe technological advancements
technical? I hope we're still sharing the polls. I noticed that members of our members are all asking that the polls has disappeared. Please,
Please, the panelists.
don't worry.
I'm
don't
sorry.
worry, answer the question this time around. Don't worry. Just right now, all panelists are reserving their strength for the next session. So technical will share the poll so that the audience will respond to the poll starting now. Okay, technical is trying to get back the polls back to us. So please let's exercise
The poll is on. The poll is on. The poll is on.
The poll is on. Please, if you can see the poll, please respond to the poll. If you have any question, please put them in the Q&A session, or probably if you feel that you're having any challenge, put them in the chat room. We have just 2 minutes to do that. The hour is upon us. The hour is upon us. We should be in the virtual session as we speak. And rounding up in the virtual session. And because of time, I will be calling on the moderator for the next session to ensure that we hit the ground running. Okay, so I'm buying time. I'm buying time for the polls. Technical, please update me. Oh, great, great. The audience are also giving updates that they have participated. Technical, please update on the percentage that we have at the moment.
Okay, so now we have 35, 36, 39. That's great. So the figure is actually increasing. Maybe another minute. We should have something significant.
Technical has requested for 60 seconds more. 60 seconds more before we go into the second panel for the day, which will be sustainable urban planning and smart cities, challenges and prospects. Of course, this will be handled by Deputy Chair for AfICTA and will be consisting of 3 speakers. As the Master of Ceremony, I would want to advise that each speaker would have 15 minutes each so that we could have some time to respond, if possible, to questions and answer, and also to be able to address other issues. So probably they may be given the opportunity to do a 10-minute presentation only, and then use their remaining 5 minutes later when they are all done. That should allow us to catch up with time. Again, I think the 60 seconds is up, and I want to technical, thank you so much for the support, and call on the indefatigable man and general, so to say, the AfICTA Deputy Chair, Mr. Paul Rowney, to take over. Over to you, Mr. Paul.
Thank you, MC. So yeah, hi, I'm Paul Rowney. I'm the Deputy Chairperson for the Africa ICT Alliance. So I have the honor to moderate this next session. And this session is on sustainable urban planning and smart cities, challenges and prospects. So we all see, this is a dynamically shifting space. So from this session, we're going to learn a little bit about what's going on, what the challenges are, etc. So first, I just want to call to the floor my speakers. Is Dr. Issa Jallo there? I didn't see the doctor.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Nice to meet you again.
Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Jallo is the Chief Executive Officer at the Abuja Geographic Information Systems.
Yes.
May I
that
now
was just last month. I retired, so
okay.
Former Chief Executive Officer now.
Chief Executive.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and I want to call to the floor my second speaker, Mr. Ario Leonard. Ario Leonard, I see you there.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you.
Hope we can hear me very well.
Yes, we can. So Mr. Leonard is with broadcast media, development communications, and social transformation. So this is his area of expertise. And then for our third and final speaker, may I call Ms. Christina Buti to the floor, please. Christina, are you there?
Yes, I am. I hope that you can see me and hear me.
Yes, we can see and hear you. Ms. Buti, she is counselor on metaverse and smart cities with the ITU in Geneva. Welcome. So when we look at the panel discussion, we're going to have a short intervention from each of the speakers. We've got some policy areas that we would like to weave into these, or we can address those afterwards if they're not covered in the interventions. But we're looking at how can smart cities reduce environmental impact and promote sustainability, how smart cities can improve urban design and make cities more livable, how smart cities improve urban mobility and make getting around cities easier, and how smart cities ensure that all residents have equal access to digital technology and services. I think when we talk about access, it goes beyond just digital technology and services as well. I think it goes a little deeper than that. So I'm not going to take up any time. I'll come to my questions after the interventions. I'm going to start with Dr. Jallo, if you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready. Yeah.
Just because
thank you very much.
My list as I received it.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
I just want to share with you our experience on the efforts we have done using GIS, which we believe is a solution that will provide a foundation and infrastructure for the development of the smart city, which we have used in Abuja to manage the city. I have some few slides which I want to share a little bit, if it's okay. Screen one. So. Can you see my slides? Can you see my slides?
I don't see it yet. I see your sharing screen.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Now we can see your. Okay, we're there.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. Okay, very good. Now, let me do that. We'll start. Okay. This is what I have. Just to remind us about some studies that were conducted in 2008, which has indicated that the population is rising and a lot of people are moving into the cities, especially in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And this is based on the study of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, which says that by 2030, 60% of the population in these regions will be living in the cities. And this may continue to rise by 2/3 by 2050, which means there is a rapid urban population growth. And therefore, especially we in Africa, we have to try to see how we can manage this population growth by making our cities smart. And this trend is continuing. Recent estimate has indicated that the growth of urban areas in 3 decades of 21st century is greater than the cumulative urban expansion in all human history. Now, these cities also contribute 70% of the global energy use and green gas emissions, occupying only 5% of the Earth's landmass. So we that live in the cities are making a lot of contribution towards the population growth, as well as towards pollution of the environment. And because of that population growth in the cities, we have competition for water, for land, building materials, food, pollution control, and especially in developing countries like ours, waste management is a problem. And people are demanding also for better quality of service, economic competitiveness, improved service delivery. They require increased efficiency, and at the same time, we require a reduction in cost. And therefore, we also need to address congestion and environmental issues. Therefore, the need for a smart infrastructure is really critical and can provide a solution to these problems. Now, I want to remind us of the goal 11 on sustainable urbanization, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which clearly states that the cities and human settlements must be inclusive, must be safe and sustainable. There will be no sustainable growth without sustainable urban development. Therefore, the smart cities can play a very important role in this direction. We, ITU, define smart city as an innovative city that uses ICTs and other means to improve quality of life, efficiency of urban operation and services, competitiveness, and it must be able to meet the present and future generation with respect to economic, social, and environmental aspects. Now, for developing countries versus developed countries, if you compare that, in developing countries, we need to provide urban infrastructure, which is very critical. We need roads, we need water, and so on to meet up with the urbanization. And therefore, we need to develop new smart infrastructure for such cities to enable us to leapfrog into technology. In developed countries, the challenge is to maintain the existing legacy infrastructure systems, and that cannot be abandoned due to cost, space, and other considerations. And also focus is on facilitating optimal use of existing infrastructure resources and monitoring the operations. Therefore, both primary motive is that the smart infrastructure applications that we are deploying should respond to sustainable development needs of the society. For developing countries, yes, we are developing infrastructure. It will be easy to roll out smart infrastructures so that we can be able to live from. So we need to take advantage of that, especially in Africa. Now, I have this adopted smart city layers, which clearly indicated that the land component, we need to now take control of our land component. So we need to have a computerized cadastre, whether it's physical cadastre, you need to have a proper land register and map it. This provides the foundation for the development of a smart city and for sustainable management of our cities, for urban management. Without having to take control of that, it will be difficult to control development, it will be difficult to plan. And computerizing the cadastre provides the baseline for future development of the city. Then this also provides information for planning. And as a result of that, you can have a physical infrastructure development. Then the digital infrastructure will come in for the management of the city, and then connectivity can be provided. And then you can deploy your IoT sensors, automation will come in, and data analytics. I believe by going towards proper management of the land using technology, it provides a baseline, a foundation. It provides a roadmap towards the urban development that we need. So if you have a very smart infrastructure, I know we are going to have we need a smart governance. Our government should be very smart in terms of how we deliver services. And that will also enable the people that live in the urban areas to be very smart. And once they are smart, then there will be smart mobility. And then the economy will be smart in terms of development, and people will have a smart living. Then they will also have a smart environment to live in. And we need to therefore ensure that there is connectivity, ICT infrastructure are up and running. We need to leverage on the advancement in renewable energy technology. And then we generate data that we need. Intelligent use of such data, can then optimize our resources for improved performance. And that will lead us to sustainability. Therefore, we think geospatial technology is the central pivot to providing such platform for the development of a smart city and for sustainable management of a city. Nigeria's population is growing. We are estimated to over close to 280 million. And this, we are now ranked 7th. And most of the people live in the urban areas. This is based on statistics. This is Abuja city that requires for us world-class city. Development is ongoing. It requires proper management of the land resource to be able to sustain the future development of the city. These were some of the problems we encountered at the early stage before the computerization of the land records. There were lack of synergy among stakeholders, multiple allocations, forgeries, bodies unauthorized were issuing letters, problems of obsolete survey equipment and so on, and inefficient revenue. So the GIS provides solutions to address these issues, and we are able to produce products that are required for the urban management and so on, and planning and for decision making, and records were properly kept. For example, you can do using remote sensing technology to track changes in the environment. This is a typical example of how we use change management, change tracking to monitor developments in the city. We can also use remote sensing technology using the digital elevation model to be able to know the gradient that will enable us to do planning, physical planning for the physical development of the city. In addition, also the water bodies, the Lower Osman Dam is the main body of water that provides water, drinking water for the city. Using the digital elevation model, we are able to monitor the status of the water, as well as also we have on the left, this is the deployment of the telecommunication mats. You can see that the mats are reducing by gradient as you go from the top, from the right to the left. This technology is what is being used to manage the city. We also have some workflow applications for city planning and management, which will be useful, and a dashboard to monitor the land titles, which can also accommodate other smart infrastructure that will provide information for sustainable management of the city. You can have a business analysis dashboard for planning and monitoring. Social activities, traffic lights can also be monitored. Having also a smart water metering and billing analysis system can help in terms of management of the water in the city. Equally very important is fleet management, which we piloted using simple technologies, GPS tracking system. And through a dashboard, we can monitor the movement of trucks from one location to the other using our enterprise GIS applications. And then we can also do payment analysis.
Dr. Jello, are you still there?
Sure. Such technologies are okay, Paul. I'm done.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So for me, you froze. I don't know if that was my internet provided by my smart.
I can see you very well.
Okay.
Am I there?
So Yeah, you're there. There's just a question I wanted to pose.
Yes.
When we look at smart cities, and you spoke about water, where often sometimes the demand on water can impact the rural areas where water is being pulled away from rural development. So what can we do to ensure that both rural development and urban development are equally recognized?
Well, if you do proper planning at the beginning, if you have baseline data in terms of planning, if you have adequate planning when it comes to physical development, you can address such issues. For example, if you have a water body that is far away from the city, and you can plan to provide water along the line of the trunk lines of the water pipeline to all the locations, villages, and so on that are there. So I don't. For me, I think it boils down to proper planning and having a very good plan with baseline information. I think you can deploy and provide such services, because if you have knowledge of the water bodies that are around, you can provide the infrastructure that is needed to provide water to the villages that are around. Yes, I hope I answer your question.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I'm now going to call Mr. Ariel Leonard to the floor for his intervention.
Okay.
Ariel.
Afternoon once again. I want to thank us. He took away part of what I wanted to share about Abuja City, so I don't need to go into all that anymore. But I'll pick a few points here and there, because we are talking about Africa here. Smart city, what smart city means for the development world is not the same thing as Jalo. The issues we deal with are totally different. So smart city, if we go by the definition of a smart city, is making the place to be efficient. Now, what we've seen in Africa with technology is that we are trying to copy and paste. What the developed world, smart city is in the developed world, and paste it in Africa, which won't work. We need to be able to make the issues of smart cities to be sustainable. It has to be things that are based on our own situation. Now, taking Abuja, for instance, I've been in Abuja since 1990. That is how many years now? Then Abuja was recognized as the first city in the world where roads were constructed before houses were built. As at that 1990, Abuja was recognized as the most planned city in the world. Now, in terms of natural cities that grew up, Paris is definitely the most planned city. But in terms of a new capstone, the plans of Washington, D.C., Paris, and Brasilia were brought together, which were among the best cities in the world. And Abuja was planned in that way. The road network planned efficiently, even the water supply, water network, everything done efficiently. Then we did not have this modern day technology that we have to make things smart. So as at that time, 1990, Abuja could be said to be a smart city. Now, over time, you've had population explosion. Trying to accommodating revenue has made the city to grow in a way that it shouldn't be growing. Now, Dr. Jallo has showed us the technology that is in place with GIS. Fortunately, I studied geography in the university, and my postgraduate degree is on environmental and resources planning with special focus on water resources management. And in the course of my study, I had the opportunity of studying the Abuja Master Plan from cover to cover. What we have currently is totally away from what was designed to be the best city in the world. The only thing was to connect modern day technology to all the processes that had already been put in place, and it will be your modern day smart city. But currently, the challenge Africa is facing is that, one, we do not have that technology to make our cities smart. So, but if we want to say Dr. Jallo said, which is about planning whatever we have. Now, when you're talking about smart city, some of the key pillars is that organization, ability to know where what is, who needs what, which requires a lot of data collection. Currently in Nigeria, a lot of data is being collected, but are we using it well? From the slide shared with Dr. Jallo, you see that information is coming in, but how is that feeding into planning? Then digital unfortunately do not have much of. But then if you look at the penetration of smartphone, because to me, smart city really means your city in your phone, where you could control everything about your life from your phone. If we look at it, you find out that Nigeria, for instance, is about the fastest in terms of internet connectivity and use of the internet. So we have the population which we can use as a bargaining tool for either developed countries or big corporations that have the technology to partner with us and provide those technology. The issues that we need to then be looking at are things around the challenges that goes with this thing. When we talk about, for instance, price on your life data, the kind of places you go to. For instance, if you look at countries where this thing is being used, if you take, for instance, in Brazil, there's an app used where you are able to identify various land uses, various development issues, changes, which is available to the, and you have the robotic police used for security now. In Ukraine, you have smart apps, which from your home you could monitor trends. In Germany, there's the one for air pollution. In the US, there are cities where you have apps for parking lot, where you would know where there's data to make things easy for you. In China, there's the taxi app in so many places like that. So now where we begin to gather all this data, what happens to your security? Everything about you is known. Now you have issues around cyber attacks. When there's a cyber attack in a system that is not well secured, what happens? And then there's one. In Nigeria currently, yes, Abuja is one city where legislation has gone in place. There's the digitization process for land use and all that. But is there legislation that makes this thing to be accessible easily by the people that need it? You still have to go through, Dr. Jallo talked of government processes. If smart cities are to work, all the processes for getting land, processes for paying your infrastructure dues and everything ought to move very, very smoothly, which is what we don't have. And currently, that is not something that we don't have as a result of lack of technology, but making things work. Then we need to also look at things like affordability. In Nigeria, for instance, Eco Atlantic in Lagos is supposed to be a smart city with all the digital technology. There are several smart apartments that are coming up, some even in Abuja here. But the thing is, how many people can afford that in Africa? It comes with a huge cost. So, and that is where we stop. When we say smart city, we think about you being able to clap your hands and put on the lights in your house. No, what we should be looking at here is in terms of the amenities, infrastructure, water supply. How do we apply it easy for people in a city? That is what we are currently not done. So my point here is that in Africa, if we want to develop smart cities and make them sustainable, we don't have to do copy and paste. Someone goes to Dubai, goes to the Netherlands, you know, all those places where Norway, Oslo, where you have those smart cities and things working well. And then they come back and you just want to apply those technology to a place where we are still struggling to develop and not sustain. That will not work. Rather, we need to look at our people. How do we make processes easy using smart technology to make movement easy for people? Transport system, electricity system, water supply system. How do we apply this technology there? No copy and paste. And then it has to be based on needs analysis. The need is different from the man in Lagos. So a lot of research has to go in, a lot of documentation has to go in, and then the design for cities should be based on the peculiar needs of that particular city.
Thank you, Leonard. I think we need to just wrap up on this so we can move forward.
And when we do this, of course.
Okay.
Hello, I didn't get that.
Yeah. No, we've come to the end of this intervention, so we need to move on to the next speaker. But I think the message is quite clear. You know that we can't copy and paste. You know what works somewhere else doesn't necessarily work elsewhere, and you know we shouldn't be lazy when we're thinking about our smart cities, which have different challenges. Before we come to questions, I want to move over to our next speaker, Ms. Christina Butti. So thank you, Leonard. Christina, the floor is now yours. Your speaker is still muted.
I hope that you can hear me now.
Yes, we can. Yes, thank you.
So thank you. I think I'd like to build on the interventions that were previously made by my fellow colleagues, and I think that you know, certainly when we look at smart cities in Africa, probably it's true that you know, there are many challenges, but there are also great opportunities that are brought by, you know, digital transformation and this trend that, you know, in a sense, the fact that we need to accelerate processes to provide an holistic approach when we look at cities. And each city is unique, and it is unique in developed and also in developing countries. So definitely, while sharing best practices is something absolutely important, that doesn't mean that the copy and paste affectionately actually works. So as it was mentioned by Leonard, definitely that's not the right approach. But I also believe that, you know, the overall concept of smart cities is really to be seen into a broader concept where, you know, the cities in Africa, they have an amazing opportunity to start a new digital transformation journey. They have the opportunity to really set their, vision, identify their targets, envision and work together with stakeholders to build consensus and look at how they can build cities that they match the needs of their inhabitants, how they can also ensure that there is in place an evaluation and progress monitoring, how we can make sure that there is accountability and responsibility into the actions that are being taken, especially by policymakers. And when we look at this journey, especially, when we look at how to make cities smart and more sustainable, that has to be considered a journey, the beginning, not an end point, where you set realistic targets, you explore how data, technologies, and tools can be best used to make informed decisions, how you can have citizens engagement, how you can ensure that you have partnership development, how you can have an impact assessment in your city that, and how you can look at innovative ways for finance resources. This is really, a set of key ingredients that, needs to be put in place when a city starts its journey to become smart and more sustainable. And these are two things that they have to go hand in hand. A city cannot be smart without, taking into consideration environment. Of course, we need also to ensure that, in the use of technologies and in, looking at, the key elements that they were, highlighted before, for example, when we were talking about, proper planning, when we were, discussing affordability, ensuring that technology is available, ensuring that actually basic services are available. These are, without any doubt, the key necessary steps that the city has to take. And then, that's how, you have an amazing opportunity, especially in Africa, to leverage also some of the mistakes that have been made elsewhere, which sometimes are, so powerful learning lessons where you can really benefit from mistakes made in other cities and not do the same. How we can make sure that, for example, data that are being gathered are used and they don't remain in silos. So how we can leverage, for example, international standards to ensure that we build cities that are safe, that are secure, that, that allow for interoperability, that ensure that technologies can work together seamlessly. And also how we can make sure that, the city itself, is able to respond to the needs of its inhabitants. That is a process that cannot be done in isolation. This is not something, this is really a process that involves many stakeholders, that involves actually a policy visions which is set, and where there is also an investment at the policy and regulatory level, because it's also clear that you need to put in place the right policies and strategies to ensure that a city, can flourish in the right direction. Now, the ITU, which is the United Nations Specialized Agency for ICTs, has been doing a lot of work assisting cities worldwide, including actually also in Africa. And that's one of the, I think that's one of the reasons why, for example, we have made available all the standards that have been developed by the ITU for free. How, we have been providing a set of resources, including toolkits, including different guidelines to cities to ensure that actually they use and maximize actually their use, when it comes to the planning of their cities. We are actually working also on a project with cities that helps them to assess the environment and smartness of cities and the progress towards which and the cities is achieving the SDGs through the implementation of a set of key performance indicators. All of these activities have actually helped many cities worldwide to ensure that, when a specific project is developed, it is actually developed to address challenges, and not simply because it is one of the nice ideas that can come from the think tank of the mayor in that specific city. So this is, I think, extremely important when we look at the overall process of a journey that a city has to take in becoming smart and more sustainable. And for us, it's not a matter of simply assisting cities, but is accompanying them actually along their journey. And I think that upgrading infrastructure and services, ensuring that the necessary policy and regulatory framework are in place, fostering innovations are key. In saying that, I think that there are, certainly a lot of challenges that still needs to be faced in the African continent, but there is also tremendous opportunities that needs to be tapped. And I think that, that is something that should not be neglected, on the contrary, maximized. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. I just want to remind everybody that they need to post their questions on the Q&A module so that we can better manage time. So if you have a question to a panelist, post the question on the Q&A, and if it's to a specific speaker, just mention the name of the speaker. I'm going to call Dr. Melissa Sassi to the floor for a short intervention. Melissa, are you there?
Oh, I guess it would help if I took myself off of mute, right? Okay, yep. Can you hear me now? Okay, yes, super. Awesome. Let me just share my screen real quick. If you could enable that, that would be super.
All right, please go ahead.
Okay, let's see if it's working now. There we go. Super. Okay, can you see my screen all right? It should say smart cities. Paul, can you see it? Okay. Yes, I just want to make sure. Yes. Yeah. Okay, super. Give me, since we have about 5 minutes for mine, just do me a favor and give me a 1 minute warning. I'm not going to repeat some of the things that have already been said. I do have a presentation, but I think the past speakers have done a great job of speaking about some of the considerations, and you'll see some of that stuff here. But I think, as everyone mentioned, smart cities are not just about tech. It's not just about being smart, if you will. It's really thinking about what's your vision, and what is that North Star? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to achieve, versus having a bunch of a checklist of what you're supposed to do. I think one of the things that I like to think about when I think about smart cities is, obviously you've got tech enablement, sustainability, things need to move efficiently. We need to improve people's lives, but it's about living, working, and play. And we've got, all kinds of things to consider. We've talked about many of those things today. And I think I'm going to kind of hone in on a couple things that may not have been, kind of addressed so specifically, even though I know it's part of everybody's, thought process. And that's, what is the quality of life for, citizens? And how do we make sure, as some of the other speakers shared, that we have, affordable housing, viable employment, green space, a place where people, are going not because of the tech enablement, but because of the wider, opportunity that's available. as everyone mentioned, it's not about taking a blueprint of what happened in South Korea with their smart city, or, with whatever's happening in Saudi Arabia with what they're building. But it's really about looking at the wants, needs, goals, and objectives of its citizens. So, for Africa, with Africa, and by Africa, and that's on a city-by-city basis versus, thinking about it as a holistic solution that is kind of a cookie cutter approach that happens everywhere. And, we've already kind of elaborated on this being, citizen centric. It's got to be innovative, though. What kind of data points can you use, and making sure that it's open, people have access to the data, and there's collaboration across, a variety of stakeholder groups from, public sector, private sector, civil society, what have you. And really enabling citizens to be, part of, making sound decisions where, ones are thinking about, economic, the economic, social, political, and environmental well-being, not just of the citizens, but of the, of the country as a, as a whole. And naturally, that means you've got to have, access to folks with skills that are able to implement and envision, the things that, need to be done. And that often requires, making sure that there's quality management and it's sound, there's good governance. What are some of the pitfalls? We've heard about population surge. There's an impact on culture, and I'm not so sure that I heard, a lot of conversation around that. But, when you're thinking about a lot of rural communities having different cultural elements that make their village or their tribe or their whatever, special, how do you maintain that as rural citizens move to cities? And how do you make sure that you're not exacerbating a rural brain drain, meaning how are you keeping your rural communities safe, secure, alive, and prosperous? Where do you start? Obviously, there has to be, an evaluation of, what do you have now? It has to be integrated into a development plan. I'm a big fan of pilot projects, testing and learning, and again, engagement, data, and making sure you know what your North Star is, and you're measuring against that. There's a phrase that I learned recently from an amazing woman who focuses on smart cities in one of the other UN branches beyond the ITU, and she often speaks on nature positive business and policy making. If that's not a term that you're familiar with, check it out. It is really about not just how are we going about doing what we're doing because it's supposed to be done, but how are we not only making sound decisions, but we're being nature positive? How are we not only focusing on profitability and revenue and business decisions, but we're also contributing toward the safety and well-being of a long-lasting planet. So again, I know this was quite short. I wanted to zip through it and not be too repetitive. So thank you very much for allowing me to take the time.
Thank you, Melissa. Very, very insightful. So I want to go back now. We have some questions from the floor that I want to pose to our speakers. The first question is, whose responsibility is it to provide a smart city? And I wanted to pose that to Dr. Jallow, if he can give any thought on that. Dr. Jallow, are you there?
Sorry, I'm muted. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes. So just to repeat the question.
There has to be the leadership. The leadership should provide the drive towards the development of the smart city. And it has to also provide the enabled environment to partner with the private sector. And also to be able to support that development of the smart city, the leadership will also have to provide policy and regulations, and then also funding, because for the city to be smart, the government must have to be smart, and the government will have to deploy the necessary infrastructure that is needed. and also to clear the way for the private sector to come in. For example, if you have a city, you need to provide the docks for the deployment of connectivity. And therefore, it's the responsibility of the government to give the right of way for fiber connectivity and so on, and also to regulate the activity of ICT service providers.
Okay, thank you. Just a follow-up question that's also come from the floor.
Yeah.
Is we talk about smart cities, and our cities want to be seen as smart, but often it's not inclusive. So it might be smart in some areas where we're providing certain smart services, but not across the whole city. So what is the threshold? What actually determines whether a city can be classified as a smart city or a city that's aspiring to become a smart city?
Is that coming to me or?
Yeah, it's a follow-on question to you.
Okay, can you come again, please?
Yeah, the question is really about how do we classify a smart city? Because we talk about smart cities, but are the cities smart, or are they aspiring to be smart? And the smartness is spotted around the city, but it's not. It's partially or something.
Yes.
If that question makes any sense.
Actually, for a city to be smart, it must have all the smart infrastructure. And also, on the basis of that, we know what we call the smart infrastructure. It has to be there. GIS is one of those infrastructure that you need, which is based on ICT technology. And then also, the city must be able to provide services to its citizens in a smart way. In the area of transportation, there should be some smart mobility around that. And then also in the area of security, to have some smart environment, well protected, and with a smart living. Although I think there are standards for assessment of a city, whether the city is smart or not. I think those standards will have to be applied to do a critical assessment on how smart a city is. Yep. However, like some of the speakers said, in Africa, we cannot assess ourselves based on the international standard. Maybe we need to develop our own standards for the assessment of those cities in Africa that have a roadmap towards becoming a smart city. So we need to develop our own standards that we call standards for assessment for a smart city development, because we are not yet there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, another question, and I'd like to pose this one to Mr. Leonard. And the question is, it's a perspective. Someone's perspective is that maybe the cut and paste approach is not a bad idea, considering the lack of R&D and available resources around technologies. So I just wanted to get your perspective on that. Is there a role for taking some best practice, or taking the entire blueprint, or completely throwing that blueprint out? Maybe if you could just specifically focus on that.
I think for Africa, where we have myriads of problems, it has to be step by step, and it has to be sectorial. For instance, you can copy and paste smart practices in education and apply, but you can't copy and paste smart practices from somewhere and bring down here. It's going to be very, very difficult to work because the foundational infrastructure is still lacking in Africa. So we need to take it step by step. For Abuja City, for instance, with the kind of plan it has, the master plan and everything, there is already a foundation that can be built on. Now, if you take other cities in Africa, there are only few that will have the kind of plan Abuja has. Cairo, for instance, is doing well. I think it's one of the best to be smart cities in Africa. Rwanda's Kigali is coming up, even though main reasons why Abuja is not able to be smart, because the population is just something else to manage. So I don't think copy and paste the whole thing will work, but copy and paste for specific sectors would work. You see good thing there, you bring it here. If we have where we could apply it, we apply it. And Abuja already has a very good master plan for something that we can start working on. If the government will just and make it sectorial.
Okay, thank you, Leonard. Thank you, Leonard. I have a question to Ms. Booty, and maybe we can get a bit of a global perspective on this. When you're looking at cities in Africa, there's the complexity of mass urban migration, which puts a lot of demand on services. So with cities striving to be smart, how effective can this be, considering those unique challenges that these cities have, that is not necessarily the case in the more developed parts of the world? Christina.
Thank you for a very interesting question. Well, I think that indeed this is one of the probably unique challenges that the many African countries are facing. But I also think that going back to what Melissa just mentioned in one of her last slides, I think that one of the first things that you need to know is where you are. It's so critical for a city to understand where you are at that moment. When you start your smart journey, you need to know where you stand. And that's a key point. It's really very difficult to keep going in the same way. And I'm very, very critical on this point. You cannot address for example, migration as a problem in silo, because that will affect, the entire population that you have that city. It will affect basic services, water, electricity, housing, even the delivery of education. So it has to be considered in the overall new vision and plan of the city. If you have a master plan, it's a good step. If you don't have it, start, analyzing where you are at as a city. I would like also to add one important point, and maybe for a moment, if you can allow me just to share my screen for a moment. I would like just to give you an example of, a city actually in Africa, when we talk especially about the fact to know where you are at. So this is really, sorry, maybe you're seeing the wrong screen. So let me put it. When you look, for example, at the example of Kiebi in Ghana, if you look, this is an assessment that we did in a city in Ghana to know exactly where the city stands in terms of its smartness, its sustainability, which are the areas that requires immediate attention, which are those that are somehow doing better than others. And I think that this is step number one. To know how do you deal with that specific problem. Migration, yes, it is a unique challenge, but also, I think it's really a moment when the city itself can start to rethink on how it wants to evolve, whether, it wants to become a place, a better place for its citizens. And yes, if you have, for example, definitely an area that you see it highlighted in red, well, it's critical that it becomes your priority number one versus definitely an area in green. And these are for example, this is an international standard that is actually developed by TITU and that is being applied worldwide to more than 200 cities, regardless of their size, their location, their, economic situation. So there is a possibility actually to do a proper assessment and to know, the step number one for a city, which I think for me, it's really the first step for a city to be able to do a proper to prepare a proper response to any critical issue that it has. And that brings me back also to some of the other for example, consideration in terms of how a city is able to respond, or whose responsibility is. Well, yes, there has to be certainly a political vision, but on the other hand, can you do this alone? Can the leadership do this alone? No, you can't. The model to be successful has to be participatory. And this is one of the lessons learned, from many developed and developing, countries. And I think this is really crucial for African cities, as I said, to learn from the mistakes that have been made by many cities in the developed countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. And I think that makes it clear, understanding where you are helps you determine how you need to get to where you want to get to. Melissa, we have a question for you. And that is, how do we preserve and maintain our natural habitats, being our traditional settings in the digital age, without losing our identities to the smart city or smart living?
Super. So thank you for the question. I think it was Florence. So thank you. One thing before I get to that, I want to just say one thing that kind of always grounds me when I think about whether it's a city I'm looking at, whether it's myself or anyone else. It's, try not to compare your chapter 5 with someone else's chapter 25. And I think that, again, goes for us personally, as well as, our evolution as we get to, building smart cities. Everybody's in a different place. So, yeah. Okay. So I think when it comes to, smart living, I think it's almost up to, I'd love to say that there's this, again, one size fits all of how do we preserve our natural habitats? How do we preserve our culture? And I think, it makes me think about when, quite a few years ago, I was working on my dissertation for my PhD, and I had spoken to a gentleman from a Native American tribe in the US. And, he, grew up, and he's Navajo, and, in his home, he did not grow up with internet access, and, he did not have running water, really intelligent individual. And he received a scholarship to go to Harvard. And he knew that he had kind of a choice of, where do I go? Where do I go in my future? Do I stay here and stay connected to my my culture and my tribe and all of the elements that make me me? Or do I go out and foster my education? And I say or because when he left, he chose to go to Harvard. And when he left, he had no connection to his family. Maybe once a month he was able to speak with them. And he felt this loss of, kind of his identity in some way. And I think that's, very relevant when you think about people moving from a rural community, whether you're, in a Native American tribe or whatever, whatever you have in your hometown. And one of the things that he did is, he started a number of different, groups for, folks like him to stay connected. And he started a number of activities to, localize certain texts that were appropriate to be localized and put online and made available to people. Because it helped him stay connected. And that in turn helped others stay connected. I think it's up to each and every one of us, as citizens, as we are, supporting and fostering the development of urban environments, to have a voice, have a stance, because if we rely on someone else to do it, who is that going to be? And is it going to be someone? And if no one stands up, what do we have? And I think the same goes for making sure that we've got, green spaces and still the connection to, rural communities. Is that a blueprint? Is that, kind of a roadmap of what to do? Probably not. But I think it's kind of like, if not me, who? If not now, when? One of those conversations that we all need to take a stance and a role and not rely on someone else to do it for us. So thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Okay, I'm going to go back to Christina now and pose a question. I'm working backwards now. I went forward, started with the men, now I'm starting with the women. So Christina, and you have about 3 minutes because of time. But how can sustainable urban planning strategies be developed to integrate informal settlements into the fabric of smart cities, ensuring inclusive growth and improved quality of life for all?
Wow, thank you. Thank you. That's a very important question. I think that to effectively integrate informal settlements into the fabric of smart cities and ensure, inclusive growth, improved quality of life for inhabitants, a multifaceted and participatory approach to sustainable urban planning is essential. So I believe there are several strategies that can be employed, from community engagement and participation, upgrading infrastructure and services, policy and regulatory frameworks. So develop, for example, and implement supportive policies and regulations, and also technology and innovation. So leveraging smart technologies for better services deliverable. So digital infrastructure for education, healthcare, access to information, and then ensure that, for example, development initiatives are really environmentally sustainable and socially inclusive. So these are, I think, some of the I would say key ingredients. So by entertaining these strategies, sustainable urban planning can integrate informal settlements into really the city, fostering inclusive growth and especially enhancing the overall quality of life for all inhabitants. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Christina. Right on time. Okay, my next question is going to be to Mr. Leonard. So again, 2-3 minutes max. So from your perspective, what would be the number one policy that could be implemented to bridge the digital divide in the context of smart cities in Africa that ensures that these smart technologies are accessible and beneficial to all? Leonard, are you there? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Did you get the?
Yes, I got it. I think one of the key issues with smart cities, the issue of suspicion. It has to do with information. It has to do with data. So I think one of the key policies that governments could do, just like the EU has done and the UK and so on, is to work on the digital protection policy, where you can be sure once that is done, it's a lot easier. The context of smart city becomes acceptable to everyone. Because if citizens don't accept it, because to make a city smart, you need a lot of data, a lot of information. So people need to be willing to give out their data and be sure that their data is safe. So you could use that data to plan in Africa, need to work on. And may I add also, the other thing that is lacking with implementation of smart cities in Africa is the understanding of what it is. Just like I gave an example of Eco Atlantic City in Lagos, which is supposed to be a smart city. We built unique estates, even in Abuja here. And what we think about smart city is for you to be able to turn off your light with a device, and home processes, making things accessible for people. And that understanding is currently lacking. I do development communication, so we need to be able to communicate that properly to citizens in Africa so they understand what smart city is, especially those in government settings, so they know how to apply smart technology to making services and processes a lot easier for the citizens.
Thank you, Leonard. Now, Dr. Jallow, considering the unique environmental challenges faced by African cities, what policy frameworks and innovative approaches can be adopted to promote sustainable urban planning, balancing the need for economic development with environmental conservation and climate resilience? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is no doubt that we need policy, as most of the speakers said, policy around having to digitally transform our systems, especially in governance, as well as private sector, so that the policy should be able to drive that digital transformation. And the policy should be able to come up with a strategy for the transformation. And at the same time, also, the policy should be able to address this lack of knowledge, lack of awareness of the people, because you need to make people aware about what you are doing. It should be able to also address the issue of capacity within the system of governance, as well as in the private sector, so that people will be trained, people have the technical skills, people have the capacity to now operate a smart infrastructure. And in addition, also, the policy should be able to attract funding, both internationally as well as from the private sector. I believe if we have such a policy like that, it will go a long way towards transformation and sustainable management of our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jallow. We're coming to the end of this session. We have one last question posted on the chat. I just wanted to see, Dr. Melissa, are you still there?
I am here.
Yeah, I just wanted to pose this last question to you. It's in the chat. But how do we ensure that the smart city transformative agenda protects the data of humans during law enforcement in line with law enforcement directives? Can you just have a 2 minute, 1 minute?
Yeah, I'll just think in kind of from a data protection, privacy, security, perspective. I think it's important that, cities all around the world, not just think about, how does law enforcement protect its citizens, but how do its citizens make sure that it's being, protected from, challenging situations that could arise, due to privacy and safety concerns. Obviously there are, countries around the world that see data privacy very differently. And, personally, I'll speak from a personal perspective, I think there's certain areas in certain parts of the world that, bother me personally, where I don't want to be, tracked doing this, that, and the other, and be on camera all the time. But we know that is something that happens all over the world. And the way that that's viewed often differs, culture by culture. Who is it me to say, wow, I don't want to be, tracked doing this, that, and the other, where if I'm on the streets of a city in China, that's just kind of what you're going to expect. So I think that has to be evaluated with its citizens, but I think there also needs to be protections in place that, corruption, bureaucracy, and red tape don't get in the way of either protecting people and or protecting those, from nefarious characters, whether that's law enforcement or beyond. And I'm a big fan of making sure that there are technical solutions in place to ensure that folks are not able to, access certain bits and pieces of information. I spent a lot of time, working in kind of data privacy and data security, and there are technical solutions that, can protect, citizens from X, Y, and Z. And I think it's important for cities to understand what are the latest and greatest developments when it comes to data privacy, and speak to experts and look beyond their kind of what might be available at home and think about what's available in the world, because I think when it comes to data privacy, it's moving very fast. And I know I don't want certain things to happen, as do many other citizens. So what can we all do to make sure that cities have the right infrastructure in place to do the right thing, if you will. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sassi. So I think we've come to the end of this session, and I think I don't think we have all the answers. We're learning. I think we're learning collectively, and I think it's important that across the continent, we have open dialogue between the stakeholders, so that we're not all inventing or reinventing the wheel, so to say. And I think we need to keep in mind that when we're developing a smart city, it's got to be for the benefit of all, and not just for a select group within that city. So I would like to just thank my speakers for their very insightful interventions today. Dr. Jallow, Mr. Leonard,
thank you,
Ms. Buti, Dr. Sassi. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Goodness.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank
Bye.
you, Paul. You did a great job on the spot of the time, and I really give you the heads up. Thank you so much. Okay.
Yeah.
And all our speakers, you are excellent. You were all excellent on spot. And this brings us to the virtual exhibition time. But before we go on virtual exhibition, please take note that there is a poll out there. Technical, please correct me. I think people are responding to the poll.
Sure, yes, it's still on.
Okay. Okay, so it's great to know that people are responding to the poll. I will take our virtual exhibition. We missed the second one, so we're taking this, and it would not be long. Technical, are you ready?
Sure.
Oh, great. So after the virtual exhibition, we will be taking our third panel discussion for today, which will be moderated by our one and only Amazon Ulanda Exna. But before then, let's go for the virtual. Technical, over to you.
My name is James Nolofuye. I'm the chair of the Africa ICT Alliance, AfICTA, based in Abuja, Nigeria. I'm also the CEO of Contemporary Consulting, an ICT integration consulting firm. So I'm a member of the business constituency of the commercial stakeholder group and of the generic name supporting organization of the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN. There are a lot of businesses that are going online these days, and many of them are in the developing countries, where I come from, and least developed countries. So the business constituencies of ICANN want to reach out to businesses in other regions of the world to be aware of what we are doing. We need to be sure that the policies that ICANN develop is consistent with the fact that the internet remains stable, remain trustworthy, and is a competitive platform for new domains to evolve, just as we are experiencing, the new domain regimes now in the ICANN ecosystem. So we need to reach out to many others like myself, CEOs of reputable organizations that are very, very active on the internet, but they do not appreciate the fact that we need to remain consistent. The internet needs to remain consistent to deliver the goods for the large majority of the people. Business is about, well, making some profit to sustain, life and jobs and what have you. And so we should be interested in the future direction of ICANN because that is ensuring that any policy regime we have, till the direction where the internet will go. And so that is why this important platform and opportunity to engage my colleagues elsewhere that, yes, why not? Come join us in the business constituency. Now is the time to be involved, be engaged. The survivability of your business is at stake. Internet requires your input for it to deliver the benefits for you, for your business, for your shareholders moving forward.
What does ICANN do? To reach another person on the internet, you type an address into your device, a name or a number. That address must be unique so computers know where to find each other. ICANN maintains and administers these unique identifiers across the world. Without ICANN's management of this system, the domain name system, or DNS as it's known, we wouldn't have a global, scalable internet where we can, within ICANN's multi-stakeholder model, civil society and internet users, the private sector, national and international organizations, governments, research, academic and technical communities are all represented. ICANN's community-driven policy. To keep pace with dynamic technologies and rapid innovation, ICANN enables consensus-driven, multi-stakeholder policy development with broad representation from the global internet community. Competition and choice. From accrediting over 1,000 registrars to introducing new top-level domains, ICANN works to expand consumer choice by fostering competition and innovation in the domain name marketplace. Which functions does ICANN coordinate? The domain name system, Internet Protocol Address Allocation, the Protocol Parameter Registry, root server systems, generic top-level domain name system management, country code top-level domain name DNS, and time zone database management. Security and stability. ICANN supports DNS security through technical training and engagement, coordinating and collaborating with the community in the implementation of standards such as DNSSEC. Interoperability. ICANN's work enables new technologies to flourish while maintaining interoperability across the global internet. For example, management of the unique protocol identifiers allows communication using secure connections between users. Contractual compliance. ICANN oversees the contracts it maintains and enforces consensus policies developed through the community-driven process. ICANN's contractual compliance function seeks to ensure compliance with the agreements and the consensus policies. Who's involved? A number of groups, each of which represents a different interest on the internet with the board of directors. The supporting organizations on addressing, country code names, and generic names. The advisory committees, at large, governmental, the root server system, security and stability. And the technical advisory bodies, the technical liaison group, and the Internet Engineering Task Force. How do I participate? Sign up for updates at myicann.org. Join one of the many public comment forums on ICANN's website. Attend ICANN's public meetings in person or online to provide input at a public forum, or join one of ICANN's supporting organizations or advisory committees.
Is domain abuse and help reduce victimization of online scams? Meet Clean DNS, your all-in-one solution for detecting, reporting, and rooting out domain abuse and harms in your portfolio. Managing abuse can be time-consuming and overwhelming on your own. We built Clean DNS specifically to address these challenges and make it so that any organization of any size with any connection to the domain name system can sign up and start taking action in as little as 24 hours. With standardized abuse reporting, built-in case management, the ability to directly integrate with your backend, and a dedicated staff working on your behalf, Clean DNS saves your organization time and money, addressing abuse concerns while lowering your risk and improving your reputation. We work with GTLDs, CCTLDs, registrars, and hosting and infrastructure providers to streamline abuse management, as well as trusted reporters, cybersecurity companies, nonprofits, governments, and individuals as part of our completely free reporter program. Cleaning up the internet shouldn't clean out your budget. For as little as $500 a year, Clean DNS can fully manage your abuse program on behalf of your organization. Start a free 7-day trial of Clean DNS today, giving you a preview of the reports you would receive in our system and a consultation with our analysts. Don't wait for abuse to become a problem. Take action now. Visit cleandns.com today or contact us at hello@cleandns.email and join us in cleaning up the internet for good.
Ever pondered how technology can seamlessly blend with humans and processes? Well, the answer is not far-fetched. It's right here at Contemporary Consulting Limited. This is not just a company. It's a vibrant digital universe where innovation meets expertise, and where we have been lighting up the ICT sector for 3 fruitful decades. Located in the heart of Abuja, Nigeria, Contemporary Consulting Limited stands as a beacon of creativity. Our collaborations are as diverse as our expertise, spanning across the federal government of Nigeria, World Bank, and the European Union. Our mission is simple: to offer cutting-edge ICT consultancy services that are tailor-made to your needs. Are you seeking to enrich your IT knowledge and skills? We've got you covered. Do you need to integrate systems for seamless data and voice exchanges? We are there for you. Or perhaps you're looking to design online applications or fortify your cybersecurity? Look no further. At Contemporary Consulting Limited, we have a knack for turning complex situations into straightforward economical strategies. We believe in the power of technology to unlock access to critical information, wealth, and prosperity. And our goal is to use this power to create innovative technology and creative solutions that benefit our clients and stakeholders. But don't just take our word for it. Discover it for yourself. For further details or queries, navigate your way to our website at www.contemporary.net.ng or dial Contemporary Consulting Limited, focused on performance.
Hello, I'm here today with Claudia Selly and Steve Del Bianco, members of ICANN's Commercial and Business Users Constituency. This is a group that sits within the commercial stakeholder group of the Generic Name Supporting Organization. And you're going to tell us a little bit about what the BC is about, your members, as well as the policy topics that you focus on, I think. So welcome. And I think the first thing we should cover is what is the BC? What is the role of the BC, your mission within the GNSO and ICANN?
The business constituency's mission is to look after the interests of businesses who register domain names and business customers and users who rely upon the domain name system to reach the websites and email addresses of the businesses that have created them. And we really look at three priorities. We want the domain name system to be so trustworthy that businesses and their customers can be confident that they're getting to the domain name they were actually seeking. We also want to be sure that there's competition amongst all the different suppliers who provide domain name registration and registry services. And finally, we look for a domain name system where the unique identifiers are secure, stable, and reliable.
Thank you, Steve. And I can imagine that that must span quite a lot of interests, countries, and topics. Perhaps we can talk a little bit about your membership, who your members are, what your membership criteria is. So Claudia, would you mind telling us a little bit about those topics?
Of course. So BC members, as Steve has been saying, are usually internet business users that really use the internet to conduct their businesses. And we have small and large enterprises, and we are a very diverse group. In fact, we have, first of all, we have 76 members of the business constituency, and we have 13 members who are from Africa, 8 members who are from Asia, 10 members that are from American businesses. So it's also, we are really diverse also in terms of gender. In fact, we have 32% of the business constituency enterprises are represented by women. And believe it or not, but in the leadership nowadays, we have 4 women. Very encouraging to see that there are more women stepping up. And I'm very happy, as you can imagine, about that. But also, in terms of criteria, you have to be eligible to be a BC member. You need to be a business that is conducting business over the internet, and I mean, non-eligible members would be typically an NGO or a political organization or a registrant that would have more than 30% of their revenues in their business. And so we have a credential committee that actually is looking at the applications, and then they would, if they need more information, they would reach out to the people, talk with the people, and to get diversity, to get new members in. And we are a very welcoming group of people that try to engage these newcomers.
That's very encouraging, and clearly congratulations on enrolling a number of increasing members from across the globe. And obviously diversity is very critical to us here at ICANN. Steve, you outlined earlier the mission of the business constituency. Maybe you could elaborate on that and tell us about the policy topics and issues that the business constituency tends to focus on at ICANN.
Yeah, one governance of ICANN itself. And the BC was proud to have been the designer of most of the new mechanisms by which the ICANN community of registrants and users holds the ICANN organization and board accountable to that community as part of the transition out of the US government oversight in 2016. And when we turn to policies that are cooking within the ICANN kitchen, we almost always are looking from the perspective of availability and integrity. The availability of registrations and resolutions in any language, 24/7, in any corner of the world, there for the business. When it comes to the integrity of registrations and resolutions, we want to be sure that when you reach a domain name through an email or a website, that you're really reaching the website that you wanted to. We want to be sure that there's integrity, that if promises were made about what you might experience within a given domain, we want to be sure that ICANN holds those parties to the promises they made. So it's about availability and the integrity of both registrations and resolutions.
And that seems to be a very important mission given the nature of business on the internet. Since we actually do want to have more newcomers and participants join the ICANN community, including within the generic name supporting organization, I was wondering if from the both of you, if you have any words of advice to newcomers who may be thinking of participating in ICANN policy making or possibly even joining the BC.
Well, I would start by saying don't be shy and don't be scared about the ICANN community. We know that it can be intimidating, but actually, if you recognize our face around an ICANN meeting that you're joining, please come to us, ask questions, and engage with the community. Every point of view counts. Every questions is legitimate and it's important. So we really value new ideas. We really value new points of view, and we would be really happy to engage with newcomers.
Thank you. That generates a lot of other questions that I'm sure you'll be having people come up to you at ICANN meetings or reaching out to ask more about the business constituency and how to join. Steve, what do you think?
One of the most complex.
Thank you so much, Technical, and thank you everyone who has been around. We're going into the final part of the session for the day, which is day one. If you're just joining us, you're welcome to the African ICT Alliance 11th Summit with the team Transforming Africa's Economy Through Digitization for Sustainable Development. We have our 2 sessions today, and we're going to our final session for the day. Of course, our final session, like I said, will be anchored by our own Amazon in AfICTA, no other person but the Southern African ICT Alliance Vice Chair, Ms. Ulanda Exner. Ms. Ulanda Exner, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Program Director. I just want to double check that you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Fantastic. Thank you. And again, for those that I haven't greeted yet that couldn't join us earlier at the start of today's summit, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world. As the program director indicated, I am Yolandi Exner, and I'm the moderator for this 3rd session. Now, the 3rd session, we've got some exciting speakers lined up in terms of discussing the topic of artificial intelligence and ethics and their responsible use. But before I introduce our esteemed speakers, I thought let me just start with a bit of an opening statement as well as an anecdote. As far as artificial intelligence is concerned. So most of us might be aware, and most of us know that artificial intelligence actually has been around for a lot longer than what we think it has, So yes, Siri and Alexia and Cortana hasn't just been around for the last couple of years. Well, they've been around for the last couple of years, but artificial intelligence has been around for about 60 years, and probably before then, if we really go and dig deep into the history of artificial intelligence. So love it or hate it, it's become part of our lives. AI tools can automate all sorts of tasks, and whether they being mundane or complex tasks, such as answering computer questions through a chatbot or analyzing large volumes of data to help make predictions. So whilst AI does make our lives easier, for me, from a personal point of view, and trust me, I love technology, I love AI, sometimes I do find it a bit intrusive and invasive. And so I'll just share this very, very quick story with you that, I have a standing appointment every week, which I put in my calendar. So it's at the same location, and but I don't put the location in my calendar. And all of a sudden, I started noticing that my artificial intelligence assistant started indicating where this appointment is and how long it would take me to get there. Bearing in mind, I've never put the location in. and somehow it is tracking me, through my GPS coordination. So a little bit invasive, but it does come in handy. Another quick anecdote I want to share with the colleagues, also just in preparation for today's discussion, which I thought was quite hilarious, and some of you may or may not have heard the story before, in terms of using artificial intelligence. A couple of years ago, there was a soccer game in Scotland, and they decided to use artificial intelligence to operate the cameras. And so what had happened was, instead of the artificial intelligent cameras following the ball, they were following the linesman, which was the guy that stands on the side of the soccer pitch. And upon further investigation, they realized the reason why the artificial cameras, or the artificial intelligence operated cameras, were following the linesman was because his head was bald. And hence the artificial intelligence cameras mistook his head for a soccer ball. So just some funny anecdotes there that I would share with the audience today. But further ado, I want to introduce our esteemed panel of guests. I would like to start with Dr. Robinson Tumbari Sube. I wanted to read out their bios, but their bios are insanely impressive, and I would certainly encourage everybody to go and have a look at their bios, because the bios are really, really long, but very, very impressive. So I certainly wouldn't be doing justice by condensing their bios for the purposes of today, but please go and check them out on LinkedIn. So I see Dr. Robinson, you've put your camera on, so thank you very much. Then we have Dr. Mafu Wafuwane. Sorry, Dr. Mafu Wafuwane. I've got to say your name really, really slowly, but it's a fellow South African, so we share the platform with the fellow South African, because I'm from South Africa. And then I'm hoping that we have Dr. David Njoga on this platform as well. I had engaged with the Secretariat, so I'm not sure if David is on this call, is on this platform. So Secretariat, if you could just assist me and confirm.
Yes.
Pardon?
We don't have him yet, but he's making every effort to join.
No problem. So, but we can start in the meantime. So I have to say, I'm feeling very left out, because I'm the only one that's not doctor. So we've got Dr. Robinson, Dr. Mafuwafawane, and Dr. David. So yes, certainly joined by some esteemed speakers. So I think before I delve into some questions, perhaps I'd give Dr. Robinson, if you want to perhaps take the platform in terms of your understanding and your views around and your thoughts on artificial intelligence and ethics and the responsible use, if you want to maybe start the discussions on that. Dr. Robinson, over to you.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Solandi. I thought I was on mute. Always a pleasure to share the stage with you, the virtual stage with you. All right, so you have said it all. Artificial intelligence didn't start today. It's always been there. And albeit it was purely a technical issue before now, but it's interesting that it's no longer a technical issue as such. Lawyers are talking about, everybody's talking about artificial intelligence. So it's now a core part of what we do. Now, because of this impressive, it's been a technology that in the last 5-10 years, it's witnessed a very rapid growth in terms of results. And so we have generative AI, and that's really still getting the world reeling and shocked about the capabilities. But then with all of this, the fact that it relies on data, large amount of data, in fact, the more data it gets, most often the better the outcome. So with this also comes the risk of, privacy, the risk of, seeing too many, giving too many out there to these machines, and the fact that those information could be misused, could become another source of worry like it currently is now. And so, it's one of the reasons why this is put up, so that we can discuss and explore responsible use of AI so that it's not overly intrusive and invasive, just as you stated, and so that, algorithmic bias will be reduced. I share this rather my own experience with one of the generative AI tools. So when it came out and I was told, oh yeah, this works this way. So I said, okay, let me try. So the first thing I tried was to ask it to do a brief summary of the profile of myself. So I mentioned my name, and it came up with a result saying that I am a politician. It got my state correctly. It said I'm a politician. I am not. He said I was, the real shocker, he said I was assassinated about 10 years ago. And I was a legislator, a member of parliament. I don't know where all that came from. The only thing I can think about is that there's a legislator currently representing me that shares a first name with me, first name, not even last name, and he's alive. He's currently in office. So where he got the assassination, all of that, I don't have no knowledge of it. So that clearly is even something that could cause anxiety. For instance, if let's say I had a relation somewhere who wanted to check up on me, maybe he's not seen me for 15 years, and he checks up on me and he said, oh, I've been assassinated. So things like that can even cause other psychological issues and all of that. So there is the need, because artificial intelligence is playing very key and critical information in job searches. We've seen cases of gender bias, particularly there's a popular case of gender bias against women, and all kinds of medical algorithms and stuff, which actually make life-threatening decisions. So because of this, it's important that there has to be that conversation on the responsible use of AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm glad to see that you have not been assassinated and that you're sitting in front of us very healthy. But that is indeed a very scary thought. As you say, if people Google you and they see that you've been assassinated, it reminds me also of the webinar, and for the audience members, I've shared the platform with Dr. Robinson previously when we spoke about disinformation and misinformation, and the fact that there's this information about you out on the web could also allude to what we spoke about previously around misinformation and disinformation, and certainly we have to be responsible when it comes to the use of AI. So I'd like to now then hand over to Dr. Mafuwafuwane. Perhaps also just touch on some points that you wanna highlight in terms of AI and the ethical and responsible use of AI. Over to you, Dr. Mafuwafuwane.
Thank you, Landy. Yeah, indeed, it's a pleasure to be in this platform again, and hi to all the audience. Yeah, when you talked about AI or technology as a whole, I'm a very big fan of technology. But at the end of the day, there's a reason why I went to the security side. If we don't have if we're not taking care responsibilities in terms of using how we use this technology, we end up having information such as Dr. Robson indicated. We end up having false positive information that is not accurate. So when we look at AI and the use of it, I think that it is a platform that is going to really develop and help everyone and help the many nations and then countries as a whole, and government and economy. One of the good examples that I've seen on AI now is that when you look at LinkedIn, they are now applying that methodology within AI, whereby when it comes to giving a brief profile about yourself, if you already gave a job description, they usually take information from there, and then they will ask you, are you happy with the information that is given to you? So I think at the end of the day, we cannot give technology to make final decision. So the problem that we have is when we make AI to make final decision on its own, we need to still intervene, which was the good platform that I saw on LinkedIn, whereby they still give you an opportunity to say, are you happy with what you see? Are you happy with the summary of the information from AI? But the interesting part was when I then changed the job role, but I didn't include the description on my new job role. Then I went to about, and I said, AI generate about my new role and give me description in terms of what my new role is all about. So it went on and indicated in terms of my title, it indicated right, because that was already there. The information which was not there was the description of the job itself, whereby now AI went back to all my previous job roles and tried to take information bit by bit and make it my kind of like a summary of my new responsibilities. So that's some of the things that shows that if AI is not fed with the right information or data, and enough data in terms of where should they get information, how should it make their final decision, it end up giving an information that's not accurate. So we can imagine a lot of situations that where as much as we continue using this technology, we live in different areas. Fortunate in South Africa, we have different kind of people and race. So let's say a technology has been tested, we can use different diverse people. But other element or other countries find that they don't have much population in terms of different diverse areas, whereby if an AI technology is created on those other areas and having to be moving abroad to other areas, that poses a huge risk because it was not tested. It was not tested with many diverse people. So we need to have a strong regulation, but I still say that AI is the way to go. We need to embrace it, but we need to definitely have government playing a huge role when it comes to regulations and also having professionals from cybersecurity point of view getting involved from the word go. Thank you. Over to you, Yolande.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Certainly also embrace. Can you not hear me? Colleagues?
We can hear you.
Can I confirmation from somebody if you can? Thank you. Thank you for giving us some thought. AI from various countries. I see that the doctor has frozen. I'm not sure again if it's on my side or I can see Dr. Robinson. You're still very much active there, so I will then continue. I'd like to then welcome. I want to just double check if we've got Dr. David Njoga on the platform. Yes, I see Dr. David. Dr. David, welcome. I think you missed the introduction, so we do welcome you now. So just in terms of your thoughts and some maybe opening comments as far as artificial intelligence and the ethical use, you're also most welcome to share some anecdotes with us. Just some background in terms of your experience with AI and perhaps some of the ethical implications. Over to you. The platform is yours, Dr. David.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much, and sorry for joining late. I had a technology problem. I had trusted some AI app application to take charge of my first 5 minutes of the session, but it seems to have failed. Anyway, from a perspective, I look at digital transformation as that which is really moving very fast. Africa as a continent, of course, is also part of the global landscape of rapid digital transformation. Again, I look at customers or users as really being enthusiastic in terms of demanding more solutions from tech. Again, that is what now is really pushing innovators and various solution developers to look at quite sophisticated and quite complex applications that are now embracing AI as a technology. This is because of that overdependency on technology brings in now the element of people wanting to do much more in a shorter time. People want to work with very, very intelligent platforms. People want to use a lot of human simulated knowledge and so on. People want to automate a lot of tasks and want to do so much within a very short time. So then that now brings in the embracing of AI, which is, of course, as we know, works best with the big data, and continuously with increased automation, with increased digitization, we are creating very large, super huge, super big data. Let me call it so. That is what is really driving artificial intelligence. Now, as we go into that, again, I would like to bring in the perspective of, what the Christian religion and, of course, I believe other religions also mentioned about it, as well as our philosophy. The 4 cardinal virtues. One is temperance, that, do we know when to stop when we're embracing a particular, consumption of a particular technology or a particular item. Then fortitude, how much are we able to stand firm and to maintain our course to do the right thing. The third one I would like to just oppose is justice. Are we fair in terms of what we're doing? Are we giving what belongs to Caesar, and many others? Then prudence is the other virtue. Now, these 4, I like bringing them in the discussions of AI to the fact that AI is good and good. That is one perspective of it. The other one is that AI is good, is bad, and good. And the third one, I look at AI as bad and bad. Now, from my experience, being an expert in cybersecurity, but also with a lot of focus on digital transformation, I look at AI as bringing in the very good benefits that every consumer would like to have, such as, the automation, efficiency, and many others. But at the same time, it raises those concerns, like the ones that I've equated with the 4 cardinal virtues. Number one is that, are we able to address the concerns of ethics? We've seen some of the challenges in terms of the ethics in AI, is that malicious actors may be are able to manipulate the algorithms which have been used so that things happen in a way that is not desired, or that is not authentic, that lacks integrity because of the manipulation. Again, we see issues of compromise of personal data. We see the challenges of users not being made aware of some of the basic operations and challenges, and even some of the negative effects that they may get from the use of AI. So for me, I think as we explore in this discussion issues about ethics, and others, I would like us to look at it that AI is a technology that has come. It's been embraced largely. Unfortunately or fortunately, it is moving faster than we are able to understand how to control it. It is on a speed runaway. And I think I'm just trying to recap some discussion by the tech giants in the US who are saying they can't allow machines and the tools that have been invented by man to control man. So again, as we proceed with this discussion, as I take a breather, I would like just us to open up and appreciate the fact that AI is here to stay with us. It has been there for many years, and we just need to see how best are we able to, address the issues around ethics, the issues around, the proper use of the technologies, as well as the regulation, so that we manage the challenges that happen within a particular jurisdiction, say in West Africa, within ECOWAS as a regional bloc, or within Africa as a continent, or within the entire globe, because again, it is leveraging on really, really big data, which goes beyond the confines of one country or one continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. David, for that. And it's something that I'd hope we can touch on as well. And while you were speaking, Doctor, you made mention of US organizations. Whenever I think of artificial intelligence, it always makes me think back of the movie The Terminator, and I'm sure most of you must have seen it at some stage in your lifetime, and then the rise of the machines, and are the machines going to take over the world, and even RoboCop. I mean, if we're talking about RoboCop, I think that movie was made in the 80s, and already then, there was movies made around artificial intelligence, and who would have thought that we are where we are today. And it also just reminds me, I don't know if it scares me, but the fact that one day you're going to come home and Siri or Alexa has decided to throw a party while you were out, because that there's so much built-in intelligence in home automation, and Siri will decide to make sure your fridge is stocked and start inviting your friends over. But I certainly hope we as humans will still have control over the artificial intelligence. And also, just to take what was said previously as far as artificial intelligence is concerned, around, for example, your biographical data, you get what you put in. So if you're getting garbage out, it's because you've put garbage in. But yes, let's start the discussions around artificial intelligence and ethics. I see there are some discussions, or there are some questions on the chat, which I will come to in a moment. But I would like to then maybe pose to Dr. Mafuwa-Fawane the question around AI and ethics. What do you think are the ethical implications of artificial technology? I mean, we've touched on some of it during our opening statements, but if it's perhaps something that you can expand on around the use of AI technology, and give us some thoughts around the ethical implications. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you, Yolanda. I think when we look at some of the implications, definitely needs to do with when you come to data control and the security around it. And when we talk about security, that's where privacy gets involved, whereby the moment we start collecting a lot of amount of data, and especially people's data, then people's privacy is at risk. So how that is managed can become an issue. But one of the things that I think in terms of the ethics that we really worried about, that most people are worried about, is when it comes to a job. When it comes to a job type, most people are worried that AI is going to take their jobs, and in which I believe that we are into a world whereby already, as most of the speakers already indicated, that we are already embracing AI. So what we have left with is to be able to create new opportunities to say, how do we best work with AI? But at the same time, the other issues that we then face on the other hand is that when it comes to ethics, is that AI, like they indicated, doesn't know how to make ethical decisions or issues, how to deal with ethical issues. So which means that feeding AI with a lot of information that will better help AI to make those, to be more accountable, if I should say. And the huge implication that we may face in the long run, like you indicated, we live in a world that machine might take over. It's when we start allowing AI technology to communicate with each other, which definitely does boost an AI tool. But you can imagine when two AI technology are communicating with each other, and then another one get implicated maybe via a criminal attack, via cyber criminals. So that could definitely affect the entire scope. So we believe that going forward, there will be a lot of, like I indicated, a lot of regulation that should at least be there to make sure that when it comes to these issues that we're facing, especially the job side, I believe that the automation that AI can bring, it does help a lot, especially when it comes to reporting. It does help a lot of work, but then there are more advanced work that a human can still do, which I believe that we are more capable of more. And if we were able to develop a tool such as AI, what more can we do? So it's a very great challenge to to humans as a whole, that we need to challenge ourselves. So how do we create new job opportunities? How do we work alongside with AI, and then making sure those companies that are making AI technologies, that need to make sure that AI, when it comes to programming, is fed very well so that it can be accountable. I think accountability will lead the key going forward, because how do you account a machine? Are you going to blame the OEM, or are you going to blame whoever who purchased it? It's issues that's still very much debatable. If we can imagine when it comes to dog, it was easy because if it is my dog, I'm going to get accountable, but you cannot really account a dog. So how do you account an AI and make sure that who takes that accountability at the end of the day? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. That's also, again, very thought-provoking, because who does take accountability? Is it the organization? Is it the developers? Who signs off, and who makes those decisions, and who puts the various algorithms in place to make the various decisions? And we've seen a lot of cases as well in terms of where AI did get it wrong. And but I'd like to go to one of the questions that's been posed by the members of this the audience, and the question is from Muhammad Ali Jinnah, and I think I'm going to pose this question to Dr. Robinson. And the question is, how do you see the future of AI evolving over the next decade, especially in terms of breakthroughs in machine learning and natural language understanding? Do you want to take that question, Dr. Robinson?
Okay, yeah, very interesting question. Actually, AI has I'm sure AI must have even been surprised by itself, because in the last few years, a lot has happened, and a lot will happen. I'm going to see a lot of rapid application. So we have seen this generative AI taking center stage. A lot will happen. I'm currently in the middle of a book publication, for instance, I have a contract to do a book, and even the publisher has suggested AI tools for me to use to hasten my publication, even though I'm an old school guy, so I've refused to use it for now. But you can see things like that, that it is becoming, an accepted tool, and it's becoming increasingly, applied in different areas, in justice system, in healthcare systems, and so on and so forth. But the fear is that, yes, while this rapid application happens as well, there is the fear that AI itself is not neutral, if I should use that word. AI is not a neutral system. AI works or leans towards the direction of the data fed to it. So that means that it is, open to bias and discrimination based on the data that is fed to it. And this could be pure innocence. Somebody may have mistakenly fed it with one-sided data without knowing, or it may be deliberate, or it may even be product of adversarial attack. So you have the AI system itself being prone to attack. It can be attacked and manipulated, like you mentioned earlier, for disinformation and so on. And then there are also very serious issues which Doctor mentioned earlier, of transparency, of ownership, social manipulation and disinformation. Also, privacy, you mentioned, we gave very good examples of that. And very disturbingly, things like autonomous weapons. So, there are weapons that are based on AI algorithms. So where do you stop and where do you start? What are the controls, in regulating that? But the good news is that I see a lot of attention calling their countries, trying to lead in that direction. The United States, several countries are leading in that conversation. And so they are extracting voluntary commitments from the big players in that sector. So I will see a lot of those kind of voluntary commitments from the big players, because the conversation is getting louder and it's important. And everybody now knows and everybody agrees that it's important that there is some measure of control, some measure of regulation of some sort, in a way that while you're not crippling or strangulating technological growth, but at least you're ensuring that it is used ethically.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Robinson. Dr. David, I'm not seeing you on the platform. I don't know if he has perhaps dropped off the secretariat, if you could then just confirm that. So while we wait for that, I see we do have another, because I wanted to actually pose this question to Dr. David, but I'm not seeing him on the platform any longer. So I will then throw it back to Doctor. We have another question from the attendees, and this is also a very, very sensitive question, and let me read it out. How do we ensure that human dignity and privacy is still preserved within this flooding of generative AI? And yes, Doctor, if you want to give us, Dr. Mafawani, if you want to give us your thoughts on that. Did you get the question?
Yes, thank you, Yolandi. No, I think it is a very sensitive question indeed. And then when we look at dignity, it goes back to privacy, which involves data control. So AI, when it comes to data control becomes a very massive thing, which I believe that the best way to do it and with the best practices that I've seen most of the companies doing AI is around consultation. When we look at this AI tool, they're mostly coming from a data scientist, which they're very eager in terms of what they can develop, what they can do. We can look into that from more of this psychology platform that are coming into there, where you can really just talk to a robot and tell them your problem, things like that. However, if we don't do a lot of consultation with the privacy people that deals with privacy, a cybersecurity consultant that would help around data control in terms of how do we anonymize the data and how do we make sure that AI doesn't denominize this particular data. So I'll say it's a consultation work whereby people need to those people that are developing this technology or developing this massive, nice platforms, they must understand that it's not a one-man show. It really needs a lot of consultation and a lot of data feeding when it comes to diversity. So when it comes to being biased, most of the speakers to indicate about being biased. So when you come around dignity, AI must understand exactly what do we mean by personal information. What do you mean by that? So if the AI tool is not being taught those type of information, definitely when it comes to exposing certain information that AI doesn't believe that, for example, Dr. Robson indicated that he used an AI to find out who he is. So let's say an AI tool somehow did find some information that's not accurate, maybe an article that was written about myself, that article maybe was rubbish, or maybe if indeed was truth or something that I'm not comfortable about. And you can imagine using AI and the AI providing that information in front of a crowd like this. That could be very disturbing. So we still have to have ways in terms of how do we deal with information that is not accurate, which goes back to our topic last time in terms of, because where is the AI going to be collecting this information? If we're going to rely on a web, we must also understand that the web that we're talking about today doesn't only contain information which is legit. So it's a big ask, and then it's a big task, but I believe that it comes with data control and respecting of privacy when everything is done from the control, because when you respect privacy, then you avoid things like this, and taking into mind that at the end of the day, the main things about the customers or the people at the end of the day, that you need to give them that assurance, that trust that this is the information that you collected. And again, how are you going to keep those particular information? How are we retaining the information within the AI? If we're going to have a long retention of certain information that is not necessary, those type of information, when it builds up within the AI tool, the AI can make definitely can have implications when it comes to dignity. But we have what it takes, using the data scientists working together with cybersecurity specialists, a consultant, because there are tool sets already that can make sure that the data is not exposed, and then how AI can consume particular data. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. I also just want to acknowledge and thank Advocate Nandipa Nsaluba for that question. And I appreciate the questions that are coming through from the attendees. There's another one that has come through, so please keep them coming. Our panelists are doing a great job of answering them, but I think we are putting them on the hot seat here in terms of throwing these questions at them. So I'm going to throw one more question at our panelists from the audience, and then we'll go back to touching on some of the other discussion points around AI and the responsible use. So the other question that we have from one of the attendees is, if I'm butchering your name, can we actually rely on the law to deter the negative effects of generative AI? Dr. Robinson, do you want to take a stab at that question?
Yeah, quite unfortunately, the law grinds slowly. and so also is legislative drafting. So if you read some of the very recent laws, they read like something that's obsolete, even though they were done recently. That's because the pace of technological growth is far more than the pace of legislative drafting or legal drafting or of justice itself. So definitely AI will always outpace the law. That's the sad thing. So, and that's why we have a lot of informal activities in that space to say, look, we can't just allow the law to dictate this, because there are fundamental aspects of the law that if you allow that, it will mean that you have to allow them to do everything, because there are fundamental rights to technological advancement. Everybody wants technological growth, even though you want it in a controlled way. Everybody wants freedom of information and all of those things. And if you wait for the law, in fact, there are some of these things that the law never contemplated, perhaps maybe in specific mention of some of these protocols or some of the tools or the laws or some. I know that drafting a legislation, you try as much as possible to avoid mention of the technology, because technologies do change. But, there are certain acts, for instance, if you look around the continent when the Cybercrime Act themselves were written, for instance, this is not necessarily in this space, but for instance, in that space of cybercrime, you see that there were things like, cryptocurrency had not become an issue. So, but today it's an issue. So AI will always outpace them. But good thing is that governments across the world are having a handshake with the private sector. And that's why, AfICTA, people like groups like AfICTA come into play to galvanize that private sector support, because government cannot alone. If government don't have the expertise, government is not controlling the technological pace, but government can handshake with the private sector that is driving technological growth to ensure that the private sectors give that voluntary commitment to ensure that every AI tool has to be robustly tested, has to be tested for safety, checks for biological issues, cybersecurity issues, societal or socioeconomic issues, or psychological issues, and all of these things that privacy and all those things that affect mankind. So laws cannot suffice when it comes to very rapidly changing technological landscape like we have seen in the AI terrain.
Absolutely, Dr. Robinson, and earlier on, Dr. Mufewane was talking about regulation as well, and regulation is very important, but regulation is always very slow to catch up, and policy is and legislation, should I say, is very slow to catch up. Perhaps Dr. Mufewane, just expanding on this discussion, and what could we perhaps do in the meantime? Because, yes, we talk about the responsible use of AI, and we throw the word regulation around, but who's going to drive it? Who drives it? What do we do in the meantime? Because certainly, perhaps from my perspective, I'm not aware of any legislation in terms of the responsible use of AI, and I'm also here to be educated. So if anyone has a different view in terms of whether there is current legislation when it comes to AI, what do we do in the meantime in the absence of regulation? Any thoughts on that, Dr. Mufewane?
Yeah, I think definitely we're gonna still rely heavily on regulation. However, when we look in terms of the laws that are out there and in some of the things that AI can provoke, we already have laws that talks about human rights. For example, when we look at South Africa for in that instance, so which means if I'm a company that's gonna develop a tool set that's gonna affect someone's human right, then it means that someone needs to be liable on that. So which means someone needs to be accountable, which in this instance, the producers of the technology, they're the one that, or the producers of the AI, they're the one that we think that at the end of the day, we need gonna hold them accountable. But the specific laws in terms of what people can do is in terms of following the best practices, definitely is that if you do consultations, like I indicated, which is my favorite, to say that when you consult with people who have done it before and tried and failed, and then they will then give us the best practice in terms of how to go about it. But from a human's perspective, from a consumer side, I think it's a matter of, if you feel that in AI have violated some certain rules that we have, I think it's a matter of following what in that particular country that you belong in, to say what are the online privacy rules that could be there. In South Africa, we have cybercrime, cyber bill, which can also help in some instances if you feel that your information was not taken accurately or on your own will. But in most cases, what I've seen is that most of these tool sets that we have, such as applications, using the technology that we have, or the cell phone that we have today, they do ask us for permission, and we are the one that actually granting those permission to these applications. So it becomes a very complicated task to handle, because it's like a cyber crime whereby someone saying that this particular application took my information, but when you look, they did accept that they're going to share their all contact, they're going to have access to all the photos that they have. So there are other for cell phone providers that are making it more hard for these application developers to really have this access. But we still have online where people can easily go to a website and then access AI. So it's still some sorts of challenges that we're going to face. But I believe that we should, at least for now, rely heavily on responsible to those people that develop those tool sets, and actually read the terms and conditions in terms of that, because some of these AI tools, they're still on the beta version, whereby they do indicate that they were using as a testing, so you're part of the survey, but people don't really get that information. And when it comes to data breaches that we've seen these days, it's easily for this application to be breached if security best practices haven't been applied.
Thank you for that response. And I suppose, yes, perhaps there isn't specific legislation to guide us in terms of responsible use of AI, but there are other aspects and other regulations and legislation that you could rely on that would support that. As you'd already indicated, in our home country, we've got the Cybercrime Act. We also have the Protection of Personal Information Act. We've got the Electronic Communications and Technologies Act. So there are various acts that I suppose, and I think we are bit challenged here, because none of us are lawyers. We're in the cybersecurity and the AI space. So certainly for next time, I think it's worth bringing in some lawyers in here and see what some of their practices or what they've seen in terms of perhaps if there's some examples of case law or legislation around AI. So certainly something for reference for future discussions. And so, Dr. Robinson, so before I come back to you, Dr. Robinson, I just want to double check with the Secretariat if we were able to get hold of Dr. David. The technical team, if you could just confirm if Dr. David is back online.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Fantastic. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, wonderful. So, Dr. David, I think I want to then pose the next audience and attendee question to yourself. And the question is, how can artificial intelligence continue to support and promote Africa's economy for sustainable development and for the future generation? And that question was posed by Musa Maigari. So I just want to double check, David, Dr. David, if you heard that question, and the platform is yours to respond. Dr. David, are you there?
Thank you very much. Yes, allow me to proceed and allow me to switch off my video just to enable bandwidth. I'm a bit disturbed. So question is, if I may just recap, is that how does AI support sustainable development for the African economy? Is that the question?
Indeed.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, that's a good question, and I would like to respond to it by mentioning that if you look at Africa, there is a very deliberate plan under the Smart Africa project, which, if you look at some of the pillars, is really look at smart cities, use of big data, artificial intelligence, for automating various economic activities to have a growing digital economy for the continent of Africa. Now, in that aspect, while look at the continent as well, allow me to just take a deep dive of Kenya and East African region, which I'm quite familiar with in terms of some of the adoption of AI in pushing towards sustainability. As you know about sustainability, it's more about improving efficiency, consuming less power and, using less of almost everything while preserving the natural resources and so on and so forth. So we see there is a lot of effort in terms of adoption of technologies that can enable smart devices, smart cities, smart farming, smart transport, and so many other things. So we see autonomous vehicles already starting to take a shape within the African ecosystem. We see smart cities which use renewable energy, use autonomous and automated systems, and so on and so forth. We see the creation of what they say. I think there's a deliberate effort by the African Union towards creating a big data center of excellence that can employ various tenets of data, from population to issues of climate patterns, and so on and so forth, so that some of the use cases could be in terms of predictive analysis, so that AI can be used to support efforts such as in fighting adverse effects where in arid and semi-arid areas. We also see, manufacturing adopting a bit of artificial intelligence, so that Africa as a continent can have a way of manufacturing more efficiently, so that it becomes a preferred producer of several goods and services that can attract a better market from the global market. So let me leave it at that point, so that maybe the participant who has the question may ask follow-up questions should there be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. David. Dr. Robinson, do you want to also just take a stab at responding to that question? Do you have anything else that you could add as far as how does artificial intelligence support and promote Africa's economy for sustainable development?
Yeah, I think quite on the contrary to what many persons highlight, which is the fact that AI is going to take away jobs. Yes, AI will take away a lot of jobs, but AI will also put a lot of jobs also on the table. So, but the challenge there is Africa preparing for that? Somehow I think that the AI landscape, or the whole AI thing, is a breather for Africa, is a fresh opportunity, which if we prepare, everybody is relatively supposed to be, we all have the raw materials, which is data. We have data, everybody has data, every continent has data, although our data may be a bit chaotic, but we still have data. Now, how do we use that? It's just like we have cocoa, but the cocoa ends up in Europe and gets manufactured into chocolate and sent back. Are we ready to, develop and catalyze growth in terms of AI? Are we producing the right AI experts? A few years ago, a friend of mine who was doing PhD, he got an offer to go somewhere in Europe. He's a lawyer, so they already were preparing their lawyers to be able to understand AI and be able to, be able to look at the legal side of AI. And this so many years ago. Is Africa even able to, engineer even first level AI practitioners, even at the terrorists, or even if we pick a secondary school kid currently in Africa, perhaps more than or less than 1 in 10 or so would know what AI is. So we need to prepare. There are opportunities and there are problems to be solved. In fact, if there's any continent that AI can solve problems, is Africa. We need effective market models. AI can do that. AI can help you generate, good models, good economic models, good environmental models. We have a lot of environmental challenges in Africa that with the use of AI tools, you can solve them. AI is not just all about the other side. It also solves very critical problems which we are grappling with as a continent. Industry 4.0. ICT for sustainable development, and all of these things. Unfortunately, not many African nations are preparing for this. Not many of them. We like to jump on the buzzwords of, AI, and now we're jumping on AI and the ethical side of it. But AI has huge opportunities which only the prepared can take. Africa can indeed benefit from AI. We have so many problems that AI can solve, but we have to look at it both from a strategic point, as a corporate, and from a personal point of view.
That wonderful insight, Dr. Robinson. If I could ask you just to expand a little bit in terms of, and I agree 100% with you in terms of preparing for AI. And I mean, Africa, I also agree with you there. If you want a problem solved, come to Africa, because we can certainly solve problems here. But how do we prepare Africa for the use of AI? I mean, we've all agreed AI is here, it's here to stay, it's not going to go anywhere. There is obviously the concerns around people losing their jobs because of AI. You'd already indicated that that may happen, but there will also be job opportunities. But if I had to say to you, give us a takeaway. If I had at the end of today, what could I do as an individual in terms of perhaps creating that awareness, or do you have some takeaway points for us on how we could prepare our continent for AI and its use?
I think there has to be a lot of training awareness, first of all, first level awareness. And, we in Africa, just yesterday, I was actually in another session where I was, we're discussing something similar. And I said, if you look at the teledensity of Africa, it's very impressive. You go to Nigeria, we have a teledensity of over 100%, which means that there are more phones in Nigeria than there are humans. And I'm talking of active phone lines. Yeah. Now, but if you also juxtapose that with the literacy rate, you see there's a big skew in the it doesn't balance out. There are counties, there are states where literacy rate is far less than 50, less than 30 even. So if you look at that, we're using technology, but literacy rate is quite poor. So now when you are going to design awareness campaign, you do not assume that because somebody owns a phone, he's a literate guy, and so you use the same big language of artificial intelligence. To him, it doesn't make any sense. And you know that the way artificial intelligence is currently is going to affect everybody that has some kind of interaction with a device. And even when you don't have interaction with any device, your own data is out there. So in crafting that language of awareness, we have to craft it, factoring in the realities of the African situation, which is that, look, everybody, every audience has their message. We have to look for different messaging methods to get to everybody. That's the general level of awareness. And then the targeted one, which is to catalyze growth in the industry, that will be both formal and informal. So the formal structure, we have to look at the curriculum, beginning from primary school. A kid in primary school should be able to know what AI is, because if you look at the way things are, every child now has some interaction with the computer, and potentially that child has so many access to AI tools. So we have to begin at that young age to teach them how to have responsible use of AI, and then progress down to the tertiary level where we are actually now preparing them. If you take statistics, how many universities out there in Africa do offer specialized AI courses? We just have computer science departments and computer engineering, but no specialist AI courses. And even when they do happen, most of the time, if you look at the curriculum itself, it's very, very, it's not properly done. So we look at that, and then we look at the workforce, those who are out of school. They are already out of school. Not everybody can go back to school. How can we equip them to be able to, leapfrog and while staying at work, be able to learn short courses and strategic, direction? Nations can come together, get their best. There's something going on in Nigeria as well, which I've read about, which the current minister is trying to do on AI, getting the pool of the best AI assets, best AI talents. And this is what nations do. If you go to the US, particularly in the cybersecurity space, they designate a lot of these universities as centers of excellence in promoting cybersecurity education. And you won't find that in the Harvard, for instance, or in all the other popular schools, because there are people all over, Russians, Japanese, everybody, Chinese, Koreans in those schools. So somehow they take it to the middle tier schools that's quiet, and they're using those centers to drive their strategic, plan in terms of cybersecurity. The same way Africa can, adopt some of these models and, identify some research centers, some institutions, and use it to catalyze growth in, very high level AI technology and capability. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. Very passionate response there. Dr. Mafuwane, any comments from your side on this?
Yeah, and I think Dr. Robinson already said it all. Indeed, it's something that it needs to go back to awareness. I think when we talk about the word AI or artificial intelligence, it's a buzzing word whereby people are expecting a technology or a tool set, say AI. And we finding that we gave a nice example by LinkedIn to say that LinkedIn was using an AI to predict certain things in terms of about. Most people won't, if I was saying that you're using AI on LinkedIn, say, no, I use LinkedIn. So we need to definitely make people understand in a normal way language to say that the improvements of a technology that we're using, it goes back to when we started cloud computing. When you talk about cloud, everyone will say, no, I'm not using cloud. But you find that, okay, if you delete your Facebook, when you download it again, do you still have the same data? I said, yes. So it is in the cloud. So it really takes a lot in order to make people better understand, especially when it comes to this new buzzing technology. So I do agree that we need to get the people prepared, and it needs to start from the ground. But at the same time, we're already having people that are consuming this technology from the big side, which is, I believe, that our board, the private companies, government officials, and the people that are decision makers, something needs to be driven from the top down. So we need to make those individuals better understand what's AI, because I personally believe that we still have leaders that are very smart, but they still don't understand exactly what's AI and what will be the role of AI in their own organization or their own department if they are a government institution. So I think that there's a lot of education that needs to be done, especially on the top level as well, so that messages like this, where the suggestion like what Dr. Robson said, can be implemented. Because it's one thing for us as professionals to push certain agenda, but one thing for sure, people that need to really implement this, they don't better understand. They see it as a buzzing word. They believe that it's only robots or robotic things that are more to AI. They don't see this as AI. It's only robots and everything that's operating, but actually they're using application every day that are influenced by AI, so forth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm reading a comment again by Advocate Nandipa, and she's talking about ChatGPT has revolutionized the academic integrity discourse, and how our lecturers and students supported to decipher this maze of traditional versus generative AI. And also, for me, in terms of the experiences and what I've seen with ChatGPT, is that students are now using ChatGPT to do their dissertations and thesis and write their essays. And it's now scary, because how do we know whether the student has actually written that paper themselves? And I chatted to a lecturer the one day, and I'm also interested to hear your comments on this. But I chatted to a lecturer one day, and I said to them, "So, how do you feel about ChatGPT and the fact that you are perhaps reading an assignment that wasn't written by a student but by an assistant or an artificial assistant?" And they said to me, you know what, again, AI is here, we need to embrace it, but there's also now tools in place in terms of where and mechanisms in place where lecturers themselves, they know their students, they know the capability of their students, and if they've had, for example, a mediocre student that all of a sudden produces this distinction award, even if they do, then it's also up to that lecturer to engage with the student and see, okay, well, have they actually learned anything from this paper? And I think it also goes back to so the challenge is obviously here from an academic perspective. How do we deal with that? But then it comes back to us as individuals, and again, the ethical use of artificial intelligence, because if you want to go and pursue your PhD or master's, yes, you can go and get the ChatGPT to go and put together your thesis or dissertation. But at the end of the day, we as individuals, and it's no different to then getting your friend to do it. So if you want to cheat, you're going to cheat, whether you use AI and ChatGPT or whether you use your friend to cheat. So just my thoughts on that. But as far as the academic side is concerned, I don't know if we have any academics here on this platform that can perhaps assist us there in terms of some of the challenges there. Dr. Robinson, perhaps from your side?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I am an academic, also in the industry, but I think I'm more of an industry than an academic. But I am a son of a teacher also, so I have a rich educational heritage. Now, the truth is that I think I like the AI revolution. It's going to force African educational systems to be on their foot, because we've been quite slow in revisiting our curriculum. We've been quite slow in revisiting the system itself. But I think this is going to rudely awaken us as a people. AI is a tool. It has come to stay. So whether we like it or not, it has come to stay. And it's defeating the first level plagiarism checker, because it's not plagiarism, it's a new content and a fresh content. So it's not like it's plagiarism, it's just that the person didn't use it. So the same way, educational system has evolved with new tools. If you look at back when I was in school, and perhaps when my parents were in school, there was a lot of emphasis on teaching kids handwriting. So you find that the kids of these days don't have, at least in my part of the world, don't have the kind of good handwritings we had, or the one my parents also wrote like they were drawing. My father's handwriting was very artistic back in the time, because there was no computer, so you had to write in a very legible manner. Now there is less emphasis. In fact, I just discovered my daughter, there is no course called writing. In my time, there was a course called writing. It was a course itself. They tested us on it. They had a notebook for writing, then. That disappeared. Computer is gradually, or has driven that out, because the thing is, you're in primary 3, you already start doing stuff on the computer. So they're like, okay, handwriting is not going to take you anywhere. So the same way AI has come, the system has to realize, the educational system has to be reworked in a way that is agile, that understands that, look, the new tool has come. Now, how do you recalibrate your testing mechanism? How do you how do you evaluate your students' performance? So you've just hinted in one, which is, the student, daily feedback, daily input, and not necessarily waiting until he presents a 200-page dissertation or a 500-page dissertation. Whereas the students, your regular feedback, your regular contact with the students clearly does not support that. So the school system has to be reworked to understand that reality, that yes, this is possible. And before now, what the school only checked for was plagiarism. So there has to be another level of check for original content from third-party sources. There has to be a way to check that. And this is not just an African thing. This is a global thing. Every university has to find a way around that. But, people would argue that, look, it's about solving a problem. You gave me a dissertation, I solved it using a tool by giving you the answer, and that's the real world now. That's what the real world is about. You give me a problem, I solve it. It's not your business how I solved it, but I solved it. I didn't do it maliciously. I solved it legitimately. So there are those who would argue in that regard, and I'm not going to take a hard stance against it, because time has proven some of these things which we had an old school idea about. Time has proven them right. So it's something we keep an open mind, but requires immediate, collaboration, immediate conversation by educational service providers, curriculum developers across nations to be able to rework this in reflection of the emerging AI revolution.
Wow, Dr. Robinson, I certainly love that the last statement you made in terms of solving a problem, because that's ultimately what we're trying to do, is solve problems. How we did it doesn't matter, and AI is there to help us to save problems. So certainly, that was for me a very thought-provoking and food for thought comment and statement. And I think that's the lesson also that we need to learn, or that's what we need to apply in terms of going forward, is that we want to solve problems. Do we want to sit and manually try and figure out how to solve a problem when we can use technology to solve our problems for us, especially when there are so many problems that we're faced with as a continent and as the world. So we have about 2 minutes left of this session, and so I want to give each panelist perhaps a minute just to give us some closing remarks, anything that you would like to highlight or mention that hasn't come out in today's discussion, and maybe some takeaway points for us, because I always like to have a webinar or a discussion where we can actually learn, and not just learn, but perhaps apply some of the knowledge that we've learned. So I'm going to start with Dr. David, just in a minute, if you've got some closing comments for us in terms of artificial intelligence and the ethics and responsible use thereof. Over to you, Dr. David.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'd wish to reiterate and reemphasize that AI is here to stay, and will be keeping us always chasing the wind. We'll always be chasing after AI to see how best to optimize on its capabilities and the tools that it is embedded with to solve the problems as envisaged, as mentioned by Dr. Robinson. But I wish to look at the African context and mention that we need to prepare adequately to embrace AI for full utilization. For full responsible use of AI, we really need to develop human capacity that can understand the technologies, adoption, and that will require customization within our context. An AI application in other part of the world might not necessarily fit in our African ecosystem. In terms of the usage, especially the training models, including ChatGPT, I think Africa is lagging behind in terms of generating and publishing as much knowledge that can fit into this model that can address and answer our African problems. As it is now, ChatGPT is very bare on answering local problems. Rather, it will give generic solutions because of the way the models have been designed. Above all, we really need to set up structures, to have solid legislative and regulatory framework that can promote and push a responsible use of AI to support our African socio-economic agenda. Otherwise, for us, I think we should get away from the excitement, but we should take a big chunk of the responsibility of designing, developing, implementing, and supporting AI so that it becomes relevant to our ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. David. Dr. Mafowane?
Thank you, Lana, and then thank you for the reactions. I think, yeah, a lot has been said today, and then looking at one of the things that was mentioned around AI is ChatGPT, which most people might be familiar with, and then some of the bad things that can be used for have been indicated, which I don't really think is too bad. I think that AI really provoke our critical thinking as Africans, you say that let's start to think differently. From our side, just a quick use case is that we have used or we are utilizing ChatGPT to make sure that every security incident that we receive, that whereby usually an analyst level 1 or an analyst tier 1 will basically write a report. We're using ChatGPT to actually write that report exactly to say what happened. So it can also be used for very great use that reduces a lot of time from a human being point of view, which brings efficiency. And with that efficiency, you can then use those resources for some other advanced task. So I believe that it's a matter of fear, and then with fear, it won't take us far, you know. And I go back, I share the same statement with Dr. Robson to say that when it comes to the curriculum, it needs to be revised. If we used to give students SAA, and now we know that they can easily get SAE, then which means the assessment mustn't be about SAE anymore. Maybe bring an SAE and say that go and get a AI-produced SAA around this topic, and please tell us the objective. What was the individual? There's a lot of things that I believe that people who are from academic, they can come up with those smart questions to our students who are already having. So it's just a matter of reverse engineering in some of the things to better understand if the student have understood. So I think it's just a revise that needs to be done. I'm not academic, I can't talk a lot around that area, but I believe that we mustn't really have fear around this technology. They are really being used for good use. ChatGPT, we are using it to reduce at least 35% of our resources, which without AI, it wasn't going to be possible to do that.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Robinson, closing comments from yourself.
Yeah, thank you very much, Yolande, and thank you, AfICTA, for the opportunity. Just to add and to re-emphasize the fact that AI has come to stay, and as a continent, we have to, Africa needs to take steps to not just be a consumer, but to be a leading player. And we do have comparative advantage when it comes to this because we have the personnel out there. So we should take these strategic steps. And there are nations that are still in the process of drafting their privacy laws, their data protection laws. This is a good time to quickly incorporate it. And it's good to also learn from others as well. You know, when drafting legislation, make it smart. You see, or we have seen how fast technology is, how fast the landscape is, but legislative drafting takes a longer time. So what we can do is to create openings where addendums or regulations can be issued as addendum that does not necessarily need to follow through with a long cycle of generating new legislation. And there's an example in the case of the Amended Evidence Act in Nigeria, which literally captured the emerging trends in terms of digital evidence. There is a component of that act, a section of it that allows the Attorney General to so include new sources of digital evidence as emerging technologies arise. So we can have, such clauses in the laws to keep pace with technological growth. Thank you once again, and have a good day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Robinson. And yes, thank you to all my panelists for this wonderful and insightful discussion. And I hope this is also going to create the catalyst for us to go and look at how we can also assist in terms of creating that awareness out there in terms of responsible use and forcing and perhaps assisting with regulation and legislation. But I know we are over time, so I want to hand over back to our magnificent program director, who's been so good, and I'm actually quite nervous that I've run over time because I was waiting for him to pop up. But over to you. Thank you so much, program director.
Thank you, Ms. Olandi. It was an excellent session, and there were excellent responses and questions. I want to appreciate everyone that has been here. This is day one, and we all enjoyed it. we will be having no vote of thanks today because day 2 is tomorrow. And if you have your agenda with you, we'll be starting same time. I want to use this opportunity once again to thank the membership and leadership of AfICTA as we embark on the 11th summit. Day 1 is a success, and it's all thumbs up and a round of applause for everyone who has gone beyond and above to ensure that these sessions back to back were very interesting. Once again, a shout out to all our sponsors, for all that they have done and what they are still doing. We appreciate every one of you. Don't forget the team is transforming Africa's. I'm getting so excited. I closed my page. Don't forget that we are still on the topic transforming Africa's ecosystem through. Okay, sorry, something is coming up. Okay. Yeah, you're trying to help me. Yeah, through digitization for development. So, and one way or the other, tomorrow by 9 a.m. UTC, yes, 9 a.m. UTC, we'll be back here. So call one and tell someone to tell someone we're here at AfICTA at its 11th session discussing vibrant issues and challenges, and also looking for resolutions in ensuring that Africa becomes better through digitization. On that note, if technical has no information for me, on that note, in the next 5 minutes, the room will be closed and I'll be expecting you tomorrow. See you, and let's take a picture together. All cameras, come on, we're taking a picture. Day 1 picture, all cameras, come on. Let's switch on our cameras. Yes. And technical, you're on laptops, I presume, so please take our pictures. Tambo, please, we need your camera up. Paul, we need your camera up. Switch on your camera, smile, Dr. Sabri, we're expecting your cameras to be on.
Okay, so I'm trying to promote people to be able to, panelists to be able to share their video maybe in the next 30 seconds.
Okay, we'll wait. Okay, like technical has informed, they're trying to promote most of us, so that we could be able to have a group picture online. Please. Oh, I have my orgas here from FinTrack. Oh, I didn't know that. My apologies. My big apologies. Oga Bimbo, you're welcome. FinTrack is here. And yes, of course, we always have mentors and fathers. You know yourself. Fathers and mentors, you know yourself. Thank you for coming. Please switch on your camera. We need to see your pretty face. Okay. So, Oga Bimbo Abioye, good afternoon, or good morning, or good evening, wherever you are. Dr. David Njoga, I expect your pictures. The video is up already. Oh, Ariola Akienio, great to see you here. Okay. So, technical, it's over to you. I'm just going to be smiling to the camera.
All right. So I still have some more of our good standing members and panelists who are still trying to join in as panelists. So I'll give another 5 seconds while we conduct the session. 5 seconds.
Because I saw Dr. Gibson switched on and switched off again. We want to see his handsome face.
Anybody notice I took off my jacket?
Thank you, Paul Rooney. Excellent session. Really appreciate you. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Okay, so I was still trying to put on our cameras. I believe technical has taken pictures.
Okay,
yes, technical. Yeah, we see you. Aha. Once again, we want to appreciate you on behalf of AfICTA for everything you have done. We thank you for ensuring that we kept to time. In some places, we'll do better tomorrow. And everything, the video link will be sent at the end of the of the program. So we look forward to your excellent work.
All right, so we're going to take the photograph now. At the count down from 3 to 0.
Yes, yeah. I will photograph.
3, 2, 1, and 0. So we look forward to seeing your faces again tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this. Okay, so please join us tomorrow. We'll continue the discussion, transforming Africa's ecosystem through digitalization for sustainable development. Our call time is 9 a.m. UTC. Do not miss it. Before we close for today, we say big thumbs up for all our exhibitors, our sponsors, and we will be closing with a virtual session to say thank you to all those that have sponsored us. Thank you so much and have a blessed day. Oga?
Thank you. All right, let's get to this. Share this.
Ways of entering ICANN is to walk into a meeting where you're encountering acronyms that mean nothing to you, or you're trying to understand arcane processes that you've never seen before. And the only antidote for that is to hook up early with another BC member that speaks your language, shares your culture. And I can promise you the BC member that's there to help you will explain some of these intricacies and complexities so that you can better appreciate why it's relevant to your business.
Thank you so much. Certainly this is a very welcoming community, and there are plenty of mentors, including the two of you, I should think. And so thank you very much for your time today, and thank you for telling us a little bit about the business constituency.
Thank you.
What does ICANN do? To reach another person on the internet, you type an address into your device, a name or a number. That address must be unique so computers know where to find each other. ICANN maintains and administers these unique identifiers across the world. Without ICANN's management of this system, the domain name system, or DNS as it's known, we wouldn't have a global, scalable internet where we can find each other. Within ICANN's multi-stakeholder model, civil society and internet users, the private sector, national and international organizations, governments, research, academic and technical communities are all represented. ICANN's community-driven policy. To keep pace with dynamic technologies and rapid innovation, ICANN enables consensus-driven, multi-stakeholder policy development with broad representation from the global internet community. Competition and choice. From accrediting over 1,000 registrars to introducing new top-level domains, ICANN works to expand consumer choice by fostering competition and innovation in the domain name marketplace. Which functions does ICANN coordinate? The domain name system, Internet Protocol Address Allocation, the Protocol Parameter Registry, root server systems, generic top-level domain name system management, country code top-level domain name DNS, and time zone database management. Security and stability. ICANN supports DNS security through technical training and engagement, coordinating and collaborating with the community in the implementation of standards such as DNSSEC. Interoperability. ICANN's work enables new technologies to flourish while maintaining interoperability across the global internet. For example, management of the unique protocol identifiers allows communication using secure connections between users. Contractual compliance. ICANN oversees the contracts it maintains and enforces consensus policies developed through the community-driven process. ICANN's contractual compliance function seeks to ensure compliance with the agreements and the consensus policies. Who's involved? A number of groups. each of which represents a different interest on the internet. All of them come together with the board of directors. The supporting organizations on addressing, country code names, and generic names. The advisory committees, at large, governmental, the root server system, security and stability, and the technical advisory bodies, the technical liaison group, and the Internet Engineering Task Force. How do I participate? Sign up for updates at myicann.org. Join one of the many public comment forums on ICANN's website. Attend ICANN's public meetings in person or online to provide input at a public forum. Or join one of ICANN's supporting organizations or advisory committees.
Have a nice day, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
Bye. Cheers. Have a good one. It was a good day. Thank you.
Yeah. Same here. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kimbo. We really appreciate your interventions today. Yeah, your mic is muted.
Sorry, don't mind me. I said, can I log off now? I'm done, right?
Yes. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, Beauty, well done.
She played the fiddle in an Irish band, but she fell in love with an Englishman. Kissed her on the neck and then I took her by the hands. And baby, I just wanna dance. I met her on Grafton Street, right outside of the bar. She shared a cigarette with me while her brother played the guitar. The grass is greener on the other side. That's what I thought before I took the ride. I burned my bridges so I'd never look back. But if I had known the life I was searching for in me right indeed. The life I was searching for was already my own. grass is greener when you water the ground. That's what I found when I took the ride. I realized the mountain I've been climbing is nothing but sand, yo. I didn't know I already had the answers. No, I didn't know. But if I had known, the life I was searching for was looking me right in the eye. Oh, if I had known, the life I was searching for was already my own. One